I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do about it right now. Sister-in-law stood before me, her apology heartfelt. How did it come to this? The story traces back about a week. My name is Clara. My husband Osmond runs a hot dog stand. We first met at his stand near the train station, where I would often stop after work. He struck up a conversation and soon we were dating. After a few years, we tied the knot. The first time I met sister-in-law, who now stood before me with regret in her eyes, was at a family gathering. Nice to meet you. I'm dating your brother. Please treat me well. I greeted her. Nice to meet you too. I'm not perfect, but I'm his sister, so please be kind, she replied, with a hint of apprehension in her voice. Back then, I thought a kind-hearted person had entered our lives. My brother runs a fairly large company, and he often praised sister-in-law, crediting her for supporting him. He called her a dependable and excellent wife. However, a few years into their marriage, sister-in-law's true colors started to emerge. Every time she visited her parents' house, she would flaunt new designer items, and her social media feed overflowed with photos from lavish hotel openings and designer cosmetics. We overlooked it initially, as long as it didn't directly affect us, but over time, sister-in-law began making persistent demands. Sister-in-law, why don't you comment on my social media? I asked once. I just browse, she replied. But do you have any photos to post? I pressed. No, I use social media to gather information and see what others are posting, she explained. Wouldn't it be nice to comment occasionally? Maybe if I feel like it, she retorted. Please just comment once, I urged. I'm not doing it just because you tell me to. Her constant badgering irritated me, so I began to ignore her. After a while, she muttered in a subdued voice, "You're such a buzzkill, so boring." From then on, I made a conscious effort to minimize unnecessary interactions with sister-in-law. I wanted to make it clear that I wasn't inclined towards closeness. However, she seemed impervious to hints and continued to ask for comments multiple times. Each time, I ignored her until she finally gave up on her requests. Since our encounters were rare, I had hoped to enjoy my time without unnecessary drama. But every time I visited my parents' house, our paths seemed to cross, leaving me feeling disheartened. This happened yet again during my recent trip home. Sister-in-law, what do you think of this bag? It's cute, isn't it? It's from the brand new collection, I asked, trying to make conversation. I'm not interested in that sort of thing, she replied flatly. Come on, don't all girls love brand name bags? I prodded, sensing her disappointment in my lack of enthusiasm. I genuinely had no interest in brands or expensive accessories, which seemed to irk her more than expected. You don't have to pretend to be unjealous. Just admit it. I can even give you my old one, she insisted. I was genuinely disinterested and beginning to feel annoyed. I really have no interest. Besides, I think those things are best left to those who appreciate them, I replied calmly. What's your problem? Stop being so stubborn, she retorted, clearly frustrated with my indifference. She stormed off without waiting for my brother to return. When he arrived home, I confronted him about her behavior. Hey, can you talk to your wife? I began. What happened? He asked, concerned. She made a comment earlier that felt really demeaning to me, and it made me uncomfortable, I explained. What did she say? He inquired. I recounted her persistent demands for compliments and her patronizing offers like giving me her old things. Lately, she's been treated like a CEO's wife by her housewife friends, and I think it's gone to her head. I'll definitely talk to her about it, he assured me. But let's handle this delicately. I don't want us to fight, but I understand if we can't be close. Let's keep our relationship strictly as relatives. I nodded, relieved that he understood my concerns. I understand. I'm sorry for the trouble, I replied. It's not your fault, but she's your wife. Just remember, it reflects on you, he acknowledged. I understand, he affirmed. After that, we maintained a peaceful distance, only crossing paths on occasions like weddings or funerals. Each time, I kept my distance and she seemed to respect that, which put me at ease. However, during the greetings at my wedding, I was reminded that people seldom change. As my husband and I hosted a family introduction dinner with my brother, sister-in-law, our parents, and my husband's parents, even in such a formal setting, sister-in-law managed to slip up. By the way, what kind of work do you do? Sister-in-law asked. I run a modest hot dog stand, I replied. Oh really? Is it part of a chain? She inquired. No, it's an independent shop. Just a simple hot dog stand. Nothing more. I explained. Come on, she interjected. But it's just a hot dog stand. Even if it were a chain manager's position, it's still respectable, I countered. At that moment, my brother looked visibly unsettled, and our parents stared at sister-in-law in disbelief. Are you leaving now? I asked, trying to change the subject. Yeah, I think I'll head home, she replied casually. Oh, come on. I was hoping to hear more about the hot dogs, I said, trying to lighten the mood. I was seething with anger at sister-in-law's mocking tone. Listen, I've been wanting to say this for a while. Could you please stop mocking people in the way you speak? I confronted her. I'm not doing that, she retorted defensively. Yes, you are. It's really hurtful, I insisted. Well, it seems I'm not wanted here, so I'll take my leave, she said dismissively, clicking her heels as she exited. I continued to glare at her retreating figure. I'm sorry, my brother apologized, sensing the tension. I apologize. She wasn't always like this, my brother said, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. It's fine. I know my job is an easy target for jokes, so I'm okay with it, I replied calmly. I'm truly sorry, sister-in-law added sincerely. After that, there were a few more apologies exchanged, and the meal proceeded without further tension once my brother's family had left. Even after the meal, I continued to apologize to my husband, though he remained unfazed with his easygoing demeanor. When I visited my brother's house alone to deliver the wedding invitations, sister-in-law commented, Ella, a hot dog vendor, but you're holding such a grand event. What does being a hot dog vendor have to do with anything? Can you not afford a change of attire? I retorted, slightly taken aback by her remark. If you have complaints, then don't bother coming, I warned her firmly. I don't mind coming, but really, she replied, her tone dripping with mockery. If her disrespectful attitude persisted, I was prepared to tell both of them they were not obligated to attend the ceremony. However, owing to certain circumstances with my brother, I reluctantly allowed them to come under the condition that sister-in-law would not approach me at all. And so, the wedding day arrived. The venue was spacious and the ceremony proceeded smoothly. Whether out of a semblance of decency or due to a reprimand from my brother, sister-in-law behaved herself during the ceremony, and it concluded without incident. As the reception wound down and we engaged in casual conversation, that's when it happened. As the crowd gathered around the bride and groom's seats, a tipsy sister-in-law staggered over. She downed the champagne in her hand and loudly declared, "A hot dog vendor's wife is destined for a low-life existence, right?" The room fell into a stunned silence at her words. Oblivious to the shocked reactions around her, sister-in-law continued to belittle my husband. Suddenly, from across the room where he had been chatting, my brother stormed over and shouted, "Hey, what are you saying? But it's true, isn't it? Being married to a hot dog vendor is pretty low, isn't it? He spends his days covered in grease behind a food stand. That's how it seems," she argued defensively. "Just stop it. Why are you defending her? It's the truth, isn't it?" sister-in-law retorted, her voice edged with defiance. My husband stood abruptly. "That's enough," he declared firmly. "What?" sister-in-law exclaimed, taken aback. In that tense moment, my brother swiftly addressed the gathering. "I apologize sincerely on behalf of my wife," he announced. "No need. I understand your family's perspective quite well," I interjected, trying to diffuse the escalating tension. "What? What's going on?" sister-in-law demanded, confused. "Listen, the guests here are investors in brother's company or business partners," my husband explained urgently. "What have you done?" I added, alarmed by the potential consequences of her outburst. "But why? Why would a hot dog stand owner invite such people? They're not your typical guests," sister-in-law questioned, puzzled. "Osman actually runs the hot dog stand as a side interest. He's an investor significantly wealthier than us with a prominent position. He's been investing in my company and even secured contracts because of his connections," my brother explained. "He's ruined everything," sister-in-law muttered disbelievingly. "No way," I replied in surprise. "Yes, my husband's true identity is that of an investor. He achieved success early on and started the hot dog stand as a personal project while managing his investments through others. He has a wide network but lives modestly, eschewing extravagance. When I learned about his wealth, I admired his modest lifestyle and discerning spending habits, which influenced my decision to marry him." After that, my brother escorted sister-in-law away. and the event concluded prematurely, citing a sudden illness in the bride's family as the reason. Naturally, any planned after-parties were canceled. Sister-in-law was summoned to a family meeting soon after. The outcome was the apology mentioned earlier. Following the meeting, the consensus among the family was to avoid future interactions whenever sister-in-law was present. While they respected my brother's work, they feared potential complications if sister-in-law remained involved. I agree with that. It became quite a big issue, someone commented solemnly. I deeply regret my actions. Please forgive me, sister-in-law pleaded. I need to protect the company and I can't continue like this. I want a divorce, my brother declared firmly. You think you can ruin someone's wedding and then expect forgiveness? That's impossible, another family member interjected. If you're going to be here, I can't set foot in this house again. I want a divorce. I can't either. I can't be associated with someone who thinks like that, I asserted firmly. The family's stance was unanimous. Having sister-in-law involved was untenable. If anyone had taken her side, it would have jeopardized future relations. Fortunately, everyone agreed. The costs will be covered, including cancellation fees for the after-party and reception, and gifts will be returned, someone explained. Your family has been informed. Please pack up and leave by this weekend, my brother instructed firmly. What? Why should we have to pay for all of that? Sister-in-law protested. Because it's necessary. Due to your actions, we couldn't proceed with the after-party or reception, and we had to return the gifts, my brother responded sternly. We're all business owners here, so the amount of money involved is significant. If you doubt it, take a look at the documented figures, my brother explained sternly. Indeed, the sum returned was substantial. Given that most attendees were business owners who had invested in my husband's company, their gifts were quite generous. The total amounted to about $50,000. To be honest, I had hoped this money could cover all the wedding expenses, but that's not the case, my brother added somberly. A sister-in-law broke into tears upon seeing the recorded amount, but I remained indifferent to her distress. You should have conducted yourself better, I remarked firmly. But I didn't know, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. You shouldn't look down on people just because you didn't know, and you shouldn't judge people by their profession, I replied firmly. But you said you were a hot dog vendor, she protested. I didn't say anything wrong. I was going to explain later, but you're the one who made a fuss, I countered. You didn't even tell me about the people at the venue. You were planning to be mean from the start, she accused. If you were truly involved in my brother's work, you would have recognized those faces. There was no need to spell it out for you. Besides, if you were really friends with me, you'd know who was coming and what positions they hold, I explained. Exactly, my brother chimed in. She only supported me at first. After that, she seemed more focused on lunches, dinners, practice sessions, and having fun with the president's wives. So she didn't recognize brother's business partners, nor did she understand his current work engagements, I remarked. If she had been truly involved with brother's work, she would have known who his business partners were and supported him as an entrepreneur's wife, my brother added with a hint of disappointment. However, sister-in-law interjected. I'll make an effort to build relationships with other women. That's good. Building relationships is important, I replied. But remember, part of your role also involves supporting brother in his professional endeavors, including networking with influential figures. She appeared indifferent to our advice. Despite our attempts to explain, sister-in-law maintained a stance of self-reliance, insisting, I'm doing my best in my own way. It seemed my brother had resigned himself to this situation. You're the one who ended the friendship, I asserted. I can't tolerate your sarcastic comments. They're demeaning. Besides, it's not appropriate to disparage the groom at a wedding. That's just common courtesy, I continued firmly. Sister-in-law sobbed uncontrollably, but her emotional outburst didn't affect me. I'm sorry, but could you please take her away? She's causing a disturbance, I requested calmly. I apologize, but my daughter's parents are coming to pick her up today, my brother responded. What's this? You never intended to forgive her in the first place, I questioned, surprised. Of course not. I've been overlooking your excessive spending. You should be thankful for that, my brother retorted. Or should I charge you the $80,000 for the overspending? It won't be covered otherwise, he added sternly. Internally, I couldn't help but think so. Sister-in-law's extravagant spending had stretched us beyond our means. Yet a weight lifted off my shoulders knowing I wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. Shortly after, sister-in-law's parents arrived and attempted to apologize profusely at the door. I cut them off, saying, "I don't need that, and I have no intention of forgiving her. Please take her away quickly." Her parents simply nodded, murmuring apologies, and escorted sister-in-law out. Later, I received a direct message from sister-in-law on social media. "I will never forgive you for ruining my glamorous life as a CEO's wife. Since you are wealthy, pay me $100,000 as compensation or arrange for me to meet brother so I can forgive him and we can remarry. I'll consider forgiving you if you make up for the birthdays and anniversaries you've missed." Quietly, I forwarded the message to my brother. From what I gathered, sister-in-law appeared to be living alone in a small apartment after being expelled from her family home. It seemed that after the divorce, she had signed a contract stipulating the hefty penalty if she attempted to contact me or my brother. Upon violating this agreement, sister-in-law was slapped with an $8 million bill. She attempted to persuade her parents to cover the cost, but they were a typical middle-class family and couldn't afford such a sum, even though she was their only daughter. They insisted she handle it herself and claimed ignorance of the situation, forcing her out of their home. At my brother's urging, I monitored sister-in-law's activities for a while. However, whether due to running out of photos or her friends learning about the divorce, sister-in-law's social media account disappeared before long. As for me, I'm happily working alongside my husband. The job is challenging as it's new, but interacting with my husband's investment clients and students after work brings me joy. We lead a modest life together since my husband isn't keen on extravagance. The other day, I spotted someone who resembled sister-in-law. She looked drastically different from her once well-kept appearance, dressed in baggy old sweatpants and cheap slippers while carrying shopping bags. I can't help but think if only she had heeded people's advice, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I mused briefly, but I quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it was futile to dwell on her situation.
After marrying Kevin, who works at a multinational company, I was persuaded by him to switch to part-time work. Then, Kevin began to look down on me. The day after we moved into our long-desired new 5-bedroom house, I came home from work to find Kevin had invited his mistress and their love child over. "Susan, get out of here right now," he ordered me. "I'm going to live with my mistress and our love child. Parasite, get out of the house." Amy also smirked and hurled abuse at me. Understood. I loaded the moving boxes into the car and left the house. 2 weeks later, I arranged to meet Kevin and returned to the house. "Susan, let's try this trendy living apart together marriage," he said pretentiously, to which I replied, "Huh? But I'm single? What?" I confronted them with the copy of divorce certificate showing his name, and even Tracy gasped. Confused, Kevin saw me lift my lips. The arrogance can only last so long. I'll let you feel the same desperate feelings I experienced. I am Susan, a 48-year-old housewife. I have been married to Kevin, who is 8 years younger, for 15 years. We met at work. Our parent company teamed up for a joint development of a new product. Kevin wasn't particularly skilled but was popular among the female staff, due to his serious attitude at work and his gentle manner. Although I liked him, I thought it would be bothersome to him as I was 8 years his senior. So I was careful not to get too close. So, I was shocked when he proposed a relationship with marriage in mind. "Susan, you're so dependable, it feels reassuring to work with you. I think about building a home with someone like you." His eyes sparkled as he spoke, filling my heart. I knew some male colleagues said behind my back, "She's unappealing. She's too competent for a woman and presumptuous." So, I was incredibly happy. After a year of dating, we got married. After our engagement, Kevin suggested something. "I'm not good with kids. So, I want to keep living just as a couple." I understood. I actually wanted children, but at 33. Being able to marry a husband 8 years younger was enough happiness for me. So I gave up on having children. At that time, I had no idea about Kevin's hidden side. Both Kevin and I work full-time. Our incomes are decent, making us a so-called power couple. However, as if it were natural, Kevin pushed all the household chores onto me. It's a common story I hear around, but despite deciding to split the chores equally, he easily broke the promise after marriage. Working late, I'll hurry home, he messaged, and when I got home, Kevin greeted me with a scowl. Sorry, I'm late. I'll make dinner right away. The steak is gone. I had prepared the steak in the morning, intending to just grill it later. But it was nowhere to be found. As I rummaged through the fridge, Kevin nonchalantly said, I had the steak for lunch. See, I took the afternoon off. What? The potato salad too? Just make it again. So, how long until it's ready? I felt deflated. I had no beef or potatoes left. It would take over an hour to go to the nearest supermarket and start chopping onions again. I need to go buy ingredients, so it'll be ready after 9 p.m. Didn't you know it was for dinner? As I complained, Kevin's eyes bulged. Don't get mad just because I nibbled on the dinner, you're so petty. I had nothing else to eat for lunch, so I couldn't help it. Instead of complaining, why don't you hurry up and go buy it? What an outrageous thing to say. I was also tired from just getting home and hungry. Seeing my face, Kevin clicked his tongue and put on his coat. Forget it. I'm going out to eat. Kevin suddenly extended his hand in front of me. What? It's your fault, so give me some money. I couldn't believe my ears, but I didn't want to argue any further. So I took out a $50 note from my wallet and handed it to Kevin. That night, when Kevin returned home late, he was in a good mood. But I was left with lingering feelings of frustration after settling for salads for dinner. In addition to this, even though Kevin would come home on time, he wouldn't bring in the laundry or would skip his turn to clean on weekends. In any case, all household-related chores were entirely left to me. When I confronted him, he would always repeat the same excuses. Household chores are a woman's job, aren't they? I'm tired from work. Even if our salaries are almost the same, my job is tougher. I was sick and tired of arguing about chores when Kevin's relocation to a regional office was decided. I've been appointed as the leader of a new project. Guess I'm being expected, huh? He proudly spoke as he changed into his home clothes after returning home. Lately, you've been doing a lot of overtime, business trips, and working on holidays, haven't you? But try not to overdo it. And keep the drinking with your subordinates moderate. I know. Kevin chuckled. A few days after celebrating Kevin's promotion with homemade dinner, he spoke to me while I was cleaning up after dinner. Susan, this is perfect timing. You can quit your job now. What? I was taken aback, and Kevin smiled. You feel responsible and couldn't quit, right? Now you can be a full-time housewife. I was at a loss for words. I love my job, and despite being busy, I've been working hard since joining the company as a new graduate. Had Kevin been listening to anything I said before we got married? My income alone is enough, there's no need for you to work. But, look, you've been neglecting the housework lately, right? Women shouldn't work. Just take care of the house. I was speechless. Was he really such an old-fashioned thinker? I strongly wanted to continue working. But I also hesitated to make my husband go on a solo assignment the year after we got married. Reluctantly, I quit my job, and we moved to the countryside together. I didn't want to argue about household duties. But I really wanted to work and negotiated persistently until Kevin finally gave in. All right, I'll allow you to work part-time. But from now on, I'll manage the household finances," Kevin said with a resigned look. "I'll take care of your salary, allocate it for savings and living expenses, and give you some pocket money from what's left. See, I often have meals and drinks with my subordinates and colleagues, so I need some discretionary funds." "Yes, that's fine." Subsequently, Kevin transferred jobs every few years. His work involved giving advice at regional branches and helping out at busy stores. Since I work part-time at a nationwide supermarket chain, I was able to keep working at stores near our new locations. Despite being part-time, I continued the same job for over 10 years, gradually accumulating experience. Even though my work schedule changed and I had more time to manage household chores properly, Kevin continued to find fault. When he was in a bad mood, he would nitpick about a small speck of dust in the corner of the hallway or a slight stain on the gas stove, and nag me incessantly. My mom would do the housework perfectly even when she was dizzy with a high fever. "Why can't you do it, Susan?" He compared me unfavorably to his mother, who was a full-time housewife. It's terrible to think that a family would let a sick person do household chores, but it seems plausible with his domineering father and submissive mother. I do physical work for half a day before I even start cooking. There might be a bit left uncleaned. I pursed my lips. If you're going to complain so much, why don't you help out? You haven't even washed a single dish since we got married. When I couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, Kevin became furious. Huh? You want me, who works at a multinational company, to do household chores? I'm more tired than you are. I shrank back at Kevin's angry shout. You just have an easy part-time job. I, who graduated from a prestigious university, am working on a job that carries the future of the U.S. And you, a third-rate university graduate, dare to complain to me? It doesn't matter where you graduated from. Shut up. Who do you think allows you to live comfortably in this house? If you have a complaint, we can get divorced right now. While waving a divorce paper he had apparently obtained at some point, he glared at me. After the argument, Kevin locked himself in his room. He would eat his meals there and ignore me when I spoke to him. For a while, he wouldn't even make eye contact with me. 2 days later, while I was preparing breakfast, Kevin came down the stairs in his pajamas and came straight to the kitchen to hug me from behind. I'm sorry about the other day, I went too far. He whispered gently in my ear. I sighed softly. It's always like this. After a quarrel, Kevin would eventually come to me with a sweet voice, apologizing as if he were a different person from the day before. I tend to rely on you too much because you're older, Susan. I took out my frustrations on you because my boss was mean to me. I'm really sorry. It was hard to push him away when he spoke in such a subdued voice. No, it's okay. I'll try to do better with the housework. You're already doing enough, Susan. Thank you for everything. His sweet voice made me forgive him again. After all, I love Kevin. Kevin is tired from work. I thought, he's really a kind person. Complaining to me is proof that he feels comfortable around me. In this way, I made up convenient excuses for myself, unable to fully hate Kevin's whims and verbal abuse. Even as I endured, Kevin's abusive remarks did not improve but worsened. Eventually, the follow-ups to his outbursts ceased, and it became a daily routine for him to get angry over trivial things or to treat me with a sullen face. One day, a decisive incident occurred that cooled my love for Kevin. Kevin got the flu. Since we live on one floor of a company housing complex, it's difficult to separate our living spaces like in a detached house. I moved my blanket to the living room to keep our bedrooms separate. Although I cared for Kevin by bringing him soup, jelly drinks, and water, he seemed dissatisfied. You sleep in a different room even though your husband is bedridden with illness? Are you even a wife? He snapped at me in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, but you know I have work. It would be serious if I caught it. I spoke with regret, but Kevin's eyes widened in anger. You're such a cold woman. Which is more important to you, me or your job? Work is important too. Besides, Kevin, you only have a slight fever and you still have an appetite, right? My body feels heavy and it's tough. It's a wife's duty to nurse me attentively. Devote yourself more to me. Although I inwardly scoffed at him acting like a kindergartner, he is usually healthy. So maybe it's tough for him when he's sick. All right. Unable to refuse a sick person's request, I moved the blanket back to Kevin's side and nursed him through the night. Predictably, as Kevin recovered, I caught the infection. Then, looking down at me as I lay weak with over 100-degree fever, Kevin declared, "Don't pass it on to me. I'm going on a trip with my colleagues." You said that, didn't you? Then, could you buy some sports drinks and soup for me? I used up all of yours. Kevin's face twisted unpleasantly. Do it yourself. I can't go out because of the quarantine. Not my problem. You got sick because you can't manage yourself. Deal with it yourself. With that, he left for his trip, seemingly in high spirits. As the door closed, I lay in my blanket, tears welling up in my eyes. Was he always this cold? He used to be so kind when we were dating. My body ached all over and my head was foggy from the fever. My throat was dry too, but I had to ration the last bottle of water by my pillow. I felt the remnants of my feelings for Kevin cooling rapidly. Somehow, I managed to avoid dehydration and recovered from the flu. By that time, I had decided to act on a plan I had been considering for a while. Since our marriage, I had moved with Kevin to company housing wherever he was transferred. But I had run out of patience with him. When the next transfer order came, I intended to stay put. Currently, Kevin was back at the headquarters he was at when we first married. There is a piece of land in the next town that I inherited from my deceased parents. I thought of building the spacious detached house I had always dreamed of there. When I told Kevin, his eyes widened in surprise, then lit up. A new 5-bedroom detached house? That sounds cool. Can I do the interior and layout the way I like? Sure, of course. Oh, a courtyard with parking for 3 cars? He seemed as excited as if it were his own. I realized it had been a while since I'd seen him smile. If we add a guest room with a wide veranda, a closet room, and a theater room, it's going to get even bigger. Sounds like a great house. They'll be happy too. What? Oh, nothing. He chuckled, shaking his shoulders. Half a year later, after various procedures were completed and the house was finished, we moved out of the company housing. I took the day of the move off because my workplace was short-staffed, and Kevin, who was able to take a day off, handled the unpacking while I went to work. When I returned from work, I saw an unfamiliar pink car parked in the brand new driveway. With a sinking feeling, I hurried to the front door. Opening the door, I saw Kevin's leather shoes next to yellow sneakers and leopard print pumps scattered about. From the back of the hallway, I could hear Kevin's buoyant voice. A girl with a youthful voice, and the voice of a young woman. Amy, do you like my house? Of course, Daddy. I can brag about this to everyone. It's great that you work for a big company. What about you, Tracy? It's more wonderful than I imagined. Living in such a house is like a dream. The woman's shrill voice was jubilant. You promised we'd live together once you came back here. It was worth waiting for you. I told you I'd call you. Kevin spoke confidently. But is it really okay to kick out your wife? It could be troublesome if she sues. It's fine. She's head over heels for me. If I threaten her with divorce, she'll hand over the house without a fuss. Kevin boasted. I married such a plain old woman. I've already given her more than enough good times. My cheeks flared with heat. Is that what Kevin really thought of me? By the way, Dad, why did you marry someone 8 years older? You're handsome, you could have had anyone. Amy asked curiously. It was for the money, obviously. He said, laughing. She had a lot of savings. She always brought her lunch, so she seemed good at housework. She's not popular, so a few kind words would make her do anything. Basically, like a maid. But now, she's clinging to your income, right? Poor thing. Tracy let out a vulgar laugh. Tracy doesn't want to get married. Cheating is easier for me. You can't enjoy the thrill of secret meetings if I were the wife. I see. They laughed uproariously. When I showed my face, the room went quiet, but Kevin soon yelled. Susan, get out right now. He ordered me imperiously. I'm going to live with my mistress and our love child. I looked around at Kevin's malicious smirk, Tracy's triumphant expression, and Amy one by one. Looking at Tracy Manning, I feel my guts boiling with anger. She was once a college student working part-time at Kevin's company. There had been rumors, but I believed Kevin when he denied them. I was betrayed after all. Parasite, get out of the house. Amy also spreads a mocking smile across her face. It took me a while to grasp what was happening. Ah. I see. I'm about to be usurped from the house I built by my husband, his mistress, and their love child. Suddenly, none of it mattered anymore. I didn't feel like arguing, just murmured weakly. Understood. I stepped outside, opened the back door of my car, and loaded it with moving boxes. I'll come back for the rest of my belongings later. With that, I left the house. Driving aimlessly, tears streamed down my cheeks. Realizing I couldn't drive properly in this state, I drove onto a major road and parked on the shoulder. Hunching over the steering wheel, I buried my face in my hands and tears flowed freely. Heartbreak and humiliation tore at me. I believed I had married out of love, even though I had sensed his infidelity. But to think that it had been going on right after we got married, and he even had a secret child. After a bout of sobbing, rage enveloped me like a storm. Any remaining affection had vanished completely. Clenching my back teeth, I trembled with anger and made a vow. Kevin, prepare yourself. You've trampled all over my feelings. Enjoy it while it lasts. After finding and signing a lease for a short-stay apartment, I moved the boxes there and sent Kevin a message. I want to discuss our future. I'll bring the divorce papers then. Kevin replied immediately. I have no intention of divorcing. It would affect my career. You'd want to boast about having a husband who works at a big company, wouldn't you? Oh, you don't have any friends. Annoyed, I responded. I didn't marry you for your job title. Huh. Whatever, but no divorce. I just want to live in that house with Tracy and Amy. After creating a mistress and a love child, how brazen can he get? It seems I have no choice but to hire a lawyer skilled in divorce cases and take this to negotiation. Thinking of getting advice, I arranged to meet Jenny, a former colleague who had gone through a divorce, after work the next day. The following day, waiting in a cafe near the office, Jenny showed up. I immediately apologized with my hands clasped. Sorry to bother you during your busy schedule. I wanted to talk in person. That's fine. I wanted to see you too. Have you been well? My hesitation made Jenny's face fall. Is it something about Kevin? Actually. As I spilled everything, Jenny's anger was palpable. That guy, he looks kind, but what a scoundrel. I trusted him because he's decent at his job and has good people skills. Jenny suddenly realized. Wait. Tracy Manning, isn't she the girl from those rumors? She interned when she was 20, right? Kevin denied having an affair, saying he wouldn't get involved with a university student. I lowered my voice. Yes. It started the year we got married. Kevin cheated with her and even had a child, continuing the affair until now. Unbelievable. What a despicable man. Jenny fumed, her face turning red. You should take a hefty compensation and let out your frustrations. No, that's too lenient. At any rate, we need to make him deeply regret betraying you. You often hear about men buying apartments for their mistresses. But kicking out his wife to live with them? That's insane. And he still doesn't want a divorce. How selfish. Jenny nodded in agreement as I vented. You're 40 this year, right? Currently a section chief? If things continue, you might be a department head in a few years. To think that a man who has wrecked his home commands respect at work, it's nauseating. Susan, are you just going to sit back and watch? Grinning, Jenny saw me shake my head. No way. After being treated like this, I'm not going to just cry myself to sleep. First, we'll need a private investigator. Looking me in the eye, Jenny spoke. I'll introduce you to the detective agency I used. They're expensive but reliable. The lawyer I hired for my divorce is trustworthy too. Yes, please. I've looked into it, but nothing seemed right. Draining her cup of coffee, Jenny encouraged me. If it helps, you can always talk to me. I'll listen to your complaints, so don't hesitate to reach out. I understood. Thank you. After thanking Jenny, I immediately called the recommended detective agency. A month later, after receiving the results of the investigation, I contacted Kevin again and told him I wanted to go to the house. Around noon, as expected, Tracy and Amy greeted me at the entrance. If I went into the living room, a tacky gold-decorated shelf that clashed with the Scandinavian interior stood out, and a cheap-looking sofa set took up too much space. Tracy addressed me with a pretentious tone. Mrs. Anderson, you're our first guest. Amy baked some cookies as a welcoming gesture. Please have some. Cookies? I wonder if they might be poisoned. Watching Tracy Manning and Amy's snickering makes me think such thoughts. You wouldn't refuse cookies made by a child just because you're mean, right? Of course. I'll have some. Reluctantly, I responded and sat down on the sofa I was guided to. Kevin looked on happily as Tracy and Amy eagerly tried to entertain me. Seeing how the interior I designed had been drastically altered, I felt disheartened. But then coffee and cookies were served. Parasite, oh, I mean, Dad's wife, please enjoy. Thank you. I will. I forced a smile and picked up a cookie to eat. As I bit down, it was as hard as a rock, almost dislocating my jaw. Susan, Amy's cookies are like crunchy snacks, aren't they delicious? Kevin spoke with a dopey smile. She dreams of becoming a pastry chef. She's got a promising future. Dad, you're embarrassing me. Stop praising me so much. From an outsider's perspective, this might seem like a sweet father-daughter interaction. But it made me incredibly angry. Despite his claims of disliking children and refusing family life with me, he had quietly fathered a daughter with his mistress. What was the point of my existence then? I felt unbearable frustration. So, what brings you here today? It's obvious. I came to talk about divorce. I replied curtly, and Tracy twisted her body. Please don't get me wrong. I have no intention of marrying Kevin. She leaned against Kevin and spoke in a sugary voice. Divorce would affect his career, right? I wouldn't want to trouble the man I love. Tracy is my greatest understanding partner. Kevin lowered his eyes, smiling. So Susan, how about we try this trendy to living apart marriage? Living alone might be hard with your meager salary, but well, try your best.
Yeah.
Because you're a parasite, aren't you? Without Dad's money, you might end up on the streets. But Dad loves only my mom and me, so it can't be helped. Amy's words made Tracy smirk. It's your fault for being dumped. Better luck next time. The three of them laughed uproariously, but I spoke in a calm tone. Huh? I'm single, though. What? Their eyes widened as I presented the divorce certificate, showing his name on it, in front of Kevin, Tracy, and Amy. Hey, what's this about? You handed this to me, Kevin. Nicely agreed by you too. I said coldly. Remember when we fought last time? You threatened me, saying if I couldn't listen to you, you'd divorce me. Huh? Did that happen? Kevin's face contorted. I found it in the chest of drawers in the bedroom while I was packing to move. So, I submitted it to the office. Kevin's face turned red as he began to shout. You can't just do whatever you want. What if I can't get promoted because of this? Exactly. You should take responsibility. Oh please, you're just a plain employee, putting on airs. I chuckled, and Kevin froze. What? Lips pursed, Kevin began to tremble as Tracy and Amy looked at him quizzically. A friend of a friend works at Kevin's workplace. I asked them to dig up some info. I continued smiling as Tracy showed signs of panic. Kevin is an elite at a multinational company's US branch, right? He makes over $100,000 a year. Frequently called to advise nationwide because he's a graduate of a prestigious university. Dad's so smart. The two tilted their heads, puzzled, causing me to burst out laughing. A manager? He's just a section chief. And although he got promoted, he's been continuously demoted due to mistakes and mostly sent to regional offices. He's not competent at his job at all. Tracy's face stiffened, but she quickly plastered on a smile and hugged Kevin from behind. Oh Kevin, you're so modest. Did you think I would leave you over something like that? Isn't that nice, Kevin? Such a caring mistress. Why don't you just come clean about everything? I cheerfully suggested to Kevin, who had been staring at the table silently. If you won't say it, I'll expose it for you. I pulled out photos and investigation reports from my bag, laying them out on the table. Tracy and Amy leaned in to look. Tracy's face turned pale instantly. Who's this woman with a child with Kevin and 4 others? This girl looks a lot like me. Upon hearing that, Tracy's eyes widened. No way. As you guessed, they are Kevin's mistresses and secret children. Tracy and Amy gaped in shock. 1. After pointing at Tracy, I began counting the pictures. 2, 3, 4, 5. What's that? The ranking of mistresses. I smiled sympathetically at Tracy, who looked shocked. Lucky you, Tracy. It seems you were created first and are also the top priority. I kindly explained to the speechless Tracy. Kevin has been making mistakes at work and getting transferred. Each time, he'd frequent nightclubs and create lovers and children in various places. He told his lovers he was married, but kept it a secret that he had other affairs. Glancing sideways at a downcast Kevin, I continued. Even after transferring to other places. He'd meet them under the guise of business trips or vacations and give them living expenses. It's practically polygamy, so classy. Like an aristocrat from the ancient period in exotic countries. As I feigned admiration, Tracy clenched her fists. Amy was on the verge of tears. Dad, that's not true, is it? You said you loved Mom and Amy. Say something. But we're the most important to him, right? Tracy wrapped her arms around Kevin's back, looking at him with pleading eyes. He takes us to fancy restaurants, gives us regular gifts. He even invited us to his home.
Yeah.
Right. Giving us a house, that's the best. We're treated specially. Trying to convince themselves, Tracy and Amy spoke rapidly. I decided to set things straight. He never intended to give you this house. Suddenly, both turned hostile towards me. That's none of your business. Exactly. Just keep quiet, you parasite. I'm just kindly informing you in advance. I lifted my lips slightly and informed them. The house will be put on sale next weekend, so make sure you leave by then. What? What a waste. I built it with my savings. But I don't want to live in a house where a mistress and a secret child have lived. After a moment of silence, Tracy and Amy screamed. What? What's that about? This is Dad's house, right? No, it isn't. I built this house on land I inherited from my parents, in my name. I intended to live here alone after our divorce. As Tracy and Amy gaped, I continued. Yet, he chased out the owner to bring in his mistress and secret child. What was he thinking? You only managed to buy this house because of me. After being silent for a while, Kevin finally spoke. He glared at me fiercely and yelled. It's because I allowed you to work that you could save money. I was the elite earner that gave you that luxury, even though you're brainless. Kevin trembled with rage, spitting as he shouted. You're so presumptuous. You forget the favor I did by marrying you. Who do you think you are? Yes, of course. I dismissed him casually as Amy seemed to realize something. Dad, you're just a regular employee now, right? You're quite wealthy to be taking care of not just us, but other mistresses too. Well, he works at a big company, so he earns a good salary. Unfortunately, no. I spread out Kevin's credit card statements on the table, and Tracy froze. Amy, looking over, screamed. A debt of $20,000? That can't be true. Those are addressed to me, don't open them without permission. I opened it by mistake. As Tracy and Amy reacted, Kevin clicked his tongue. What a surprise when I opened it. Debts, revolving payments, and even shady loans, totaling about $50,000? I smirked. That's what happens when you, earning less than me, flaunt money on mistresses and secret children. Liar. Kevin stood up suddenly and hurled insults at me. There's no way you, a part-time shop worker, earn more than me. I thought you'd say that. I thrust my salary statement under Kevin's nose, and he gaped. Then slumped back onto the sofa, holding his head, muttering in a fading voice. It's a mistake. Susan earning more than me. I scoffed. A few years ago, I passed an exam and became a full-time employee. I've been recognized for my performance and am now the manager of this regional branch. The color drained from Kevin's face. That's why I earn $10,000 more a year than you, Kevin. Otherwise, I couldn't have afforded to build this house. Why didn't you report this to me? Keeping secrets from your husband, how deceitful. A man who has mistresses and secret children all over the US has the nerve to say that? I snapped back at a flustered Kevin. Just so you know, even if you're on a low salary and in debt, I'll still be demanding a hefty compensation because it's been a long time. Be prepared. What? I'm barely making ends meet as it is. It's impossible to pay more. Hey, what's going on with you two? He tries to stop Tracy Manning and Amy, who are grabbing their bags and coats and leaving the room. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm going home. What? Where to? This is your home, isn't it? It's not Dad's house, it's the wife's house. Amy smirks at the corner of her lips. We used to mock the wife as a parasite, but it turns out Dad is the real parasite. I don't need a lying, debt-ridden father. Tracy also complains in a fed-up tone. I thought it was okay to be a mistress as long as I was pampered with luxury. But being with a debt-ridden, hopeless old man is just a waste of time. Old man? I'll find someone better.
Bye.
And don't contact me again. Tracy and Amy leave abruptly, and Kevin, chasing them to the entrance, collapses to his knees. Tracy, Amy, please come back. Ignoring Kevin's crying. I was getting ready to leave when he suddenly made a proposal in a soothing tone. Let's remarry. What? I'll forgive you for filing for divorce on your own. Let's start over. I realize you are the most important to me after all. Stunned, I showed my cell phone to Kevin. It's too late. I had a friend of Jenny's live stream everything to your boss. Kevin's face turned pale. Your past mistakes may have resulted in transfers, but this time, you'll probably be fired. He gasps inaudibly and slumps to the floor. I leave the house without looking back at Kevin. It seems Kevin, having given up on rebuilding our relationship, persistently contacted Tracy and Amy wanting to reconcile. However, Tracy blocked all contact after moving her belongings from my house to a new apartment she had set up. Kevin, in a daze, was fired the next day after returning to work. During lunch, his colleagues showed him the commotion at our house on their phones. And his boss, who valued family, was furious. He was also told by the real estate agent that the house was being sold, and had to move to a shabby apartment reluctantly. After I threatened to take legal action if he spoke of reconciliation again, he finally gave up. Through a lawyer, I demanded compensation from Tracy and Kevin, to which they quickly agreed. They paid me with borrowed money. So Tracy took up an additional daytime job along with her work at a bar. She's working non-stop, and her once glamorous appearance is now nowhere to be seen. Kevin also juggles multiple part-time jobs to cope with his mounting debts. Of course, he no longer has the time or money to frequent his beloved nightclubs. With the money from selling the house and the compensation from both, I moved into a high-rise apartment. Although it's a pity to let go of the custom-designed house, my new, simpler, and functional apartment is quite nice. I enjoy the city lights from the large windows. Now that I'm no longer forced to do housework by Kevin, I've switched to full-time work. From now on, I plan to fully enjoy life, watching movies and traveling, making up for all I had to restrain before. Isn't this soup too salty? It's too much. You should be more considerate of health. Mama used to be careful and made it with less salt. You should be more careful too. Is that so? I think it's just the right taste. Don't think based on your standards. Think about Mama's standards. What if this affects my work? Well, that's true. My husband Ted is a nurse working at a clinic run by his father and is extremely attached to his mother. He respects his mother, who supports his father working independently. And he persistently meddles with cooking and housekeeping, despite not doing anything himself. He has an abnormally dominant attitude and is annoyingly persistent in complaining. If things are not up to his ideal image of a home. I thought, here we go again, mama, 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 mama. How much can he love his mama? After 2 years of marriage, Ted's true nature began to mentally exhaust me. Lately, I've been thinking about a divorce. By the way, my period has not come lately and I feel a bit off. I know it's your day off, Ted, but I'm going to the gynecologist. Just relax at home today.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been working part-time at a local bakery, and lately, the shop has been so busy that breaks are being neglected. I've always had a tendency to have delayed periods and feel unwell when I get tired. So I have been getting checked for menstrual irregularities at the gynecologist. Lately, the stress has been causing my periods to be late again, and I'm feeling unwell. How late are they? About 2 weeks. I see, let's do an ultrasound and, maybe a pregnancy test? A pregnancy test? Yes, if your period is more than a week late, there's a possibility you could be pregnant. The doctor's words reminded me of the past when I had a similar experience but nothing was found. I was surprised to hear the same thing back then, but, could it be pregnancy? Though I doubted it, the test result was positive. I felt happy inside, but I was honestly also anxious. I thought, can I endure that life in this situation? The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. Hey. Ted, it looks like I'm pregnant. Huh, is that so? Aren't you surprised? No, not really. It's natural if you engage in sexual activities. It's good since you wanted kids. In the early days of our marriage, we used to share joy and sorrow together. But over 2 years, he became that cold. I felt sad at his attitude. 9 months later, after giving birth, my husband dropped another insensitive bomb. Hey, can we just get a divorce? What? Why? I've fallen for someone else. She treats me way better than you ever did. And I'm really happy now. His words, coming from his dominating and idealistic personality, actually made me feel relieved. I had been wanting a divorce for a long time, so I readily agreed. You know, having a nurse for a wife is really great. She manages nutrition well. Unlike you who's just part-time. Days after the divorce, he called to taunt me. And his new partner was a nurse working at his parents' clinic, which was taken over by Mr. Simpson. I realized something when I heard her last name. By the way, that clinic your wife works at, isn't it Mr. Simpson's? Who took over your father's clinic? You're sharp.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Simpson's daughter. She finished her training and joined the clinic this year. She's 10 years younger than me. I'm going to be a son-in-law. Oh, whatever. My husband didn't know that my father is the director of a well-known local general hospital. And I was connected to other people in the same field. He was unaware of the dramatic downturn his life would soon take. My name is Hillary, and my father is the director of a well-known local general hospital. I once worked as a nurse at my father's hospital, but I wanted to pursue what I truly desired. So I started a bakery in my hometown. Maybe I get bored easily? I started the bakery because I wanted to. But now I feel like I've burned out. Once I achieve my goals, I don't feel as passionate. You've always been like that, haven't you? But isn't that fine? Some people can't do what they want even if they want to. I respect you for being able to act on your desires. It's nice to hear that from you, but what do you think? Since we're on the topic, wouldn't you be better suited to run the bakery? How about you take over? Really? I wanted to try it myself, so if you're okay with it, I'll take it over. I originally managed the bakery but handed it over to my sister, preferring to work there at ease as a part-time employee. That's when I met my current husband, and after 3 years of dating, I married him at the age of 36. I'm getting married to Ted. I'm Hillary, nice to meet you. You're Robert's daughter, right? Yes, but why? Did my son say something odd during the greetings? What's wrong? No, it's fine if there wasn't anything. At this time, Ted's father was unusually submissive towards me. Curious about his demeanor, I asked my father about it once I got home. Well, he used to work under me at my hospital. So, did you lie about running a small clinic during the marriage introduction? I didn't want to unnecessarily intimidate them by revealing my circumstances. It's okay, for now, we can talk about it later. No, shouldn't you have clarified it back then? It was a surprising fact. I had no idea that Ted's father was a former subordinate at my father's hospital. Shouldn't we have communicated the facts clearly during the marriage introduction? Nevertheless, I never thought this choice would be significantly helpful in the future. It's funny that your marriage partner turns out to be Kevin's son. This is no laughing matter. It's fine, it will come out soon anyway. At that time, I was surprised at such an improbable situation and laughed. But after our marriage, everyday life turned into hell. Hey, why isn't dinner ready yet? Sorry, work has been busy and I'm late preparing dinner. If it was Mama, she would have left work early to prepare it properly. Why grilled fish? I've told you so many times that I like fried chicken. Mama always knew my favorite foods and prepared them accordingly. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Such complaints droned on every day, always about Mama. Initially, I reluctantly complied, but my husband's whims escalated day by day. Where's my underwear? What? My underwear, why haven't you prepared it? I can't change without it. Well, get it yourself. Huh? Isn't it your job to take care of my personal needs? Do it properly. Aren't you mistaken? You're an adult, not a kid, right? So? Isn't this normal once you're married? That's not normal at all, you need to stop this nonsense. What's that supposed to mean, talking to your husband like that? Honestly, it was too much. He increasingly imposed his ideals on me, acting more and more like the master of the house. He wouldn't help with the housework, nor assist me in any way. When he was home, he just lay on the sofa doing nothing, yet he took such a haughty attitude. If you say something foolish again, I'm going back to my parents' home.
Yeah.
Whatever, do as you like. I sometimes responded to his selfishness like this, but his reactions were consistently cold. Probably from this time, his affection for me began to fade. Due to busy work schedules, I couldn't visit my parents. And 2 years passed before my pregnancy was discovered. I barely remembered being intimate with him, so it was a mystery why I got pregnant. It seems I'm pregnant. Huh, is that so? It was sad to be treated so coldly after announcing the pregnancy. I had hoped that the arrival of the child might change his feelings. But that hope was shattered by his words. A few days after discovering my pregnancy, a call came from Ted's family home. Ted answered the call, shouting loudly, "Why? What happened?" After hanging up, he started talking to me with a noticeably dejected voice. It seems Dad has suddenly passed away from a heart attack. What? Why so suddenly? I don't know, Mama thinks it might be due to overwork. I was dumbfounded by the sudden news. Anyway, they want us to come to the hospital right away. We hurriedly prepared and headed to the hospital, but although I felt sadness, there was a sense of emptiness inside me. I couldn't think of anything, it felt almost like going to a relative's funeral. Mother, it's been a while. I never thought your husband would die suddenly. As soon as we arrived at the hospital, I greeted my mother-in-law. Then she wiped away her tears and started talking with a clear voice. As I said on the phone, he died of overwork. He was always trying to do everything by himself. By himself? How about Ted? I suppose he didn't think he could rely on our son yet? That's why he always tried to handle everything alone. Is that so? That's why Ted was often able to take time off. My emotions began to stir with sadness. Thoughts of my father-in-law's feelings and Ted's work situation swirled in my mind. Every time I thought about him struggling alone because he felt he couldn't rely on Ted, my heart ached. How are you feeling, Mother? Ted's mother had been gradually developing dementia over the past few years. Although my father-in-law's presence had managed to maintain her condition, I worried it might worsen now. Mama's fine. Anyway, from now on, I have no choice but to do my best, right? What are you talking about? You can't inherit that clinic. Dad's will stated that it should be passed on to Mr. Simpson after he passed away. Didn't you know? Huh? Is that so? So, I can keep working at that clinic for now, right? Yes, well, that's right. Until just now, he had a troubled look on his face, but suddenly it changed to one of complete relief. I could only feel distrust towards his attitude. Hey, Ted, aren't you frustrated? About what? Because it sounds like they said they can't leave it to you. Not really, as long as I can work, I'm fine. I always wonder why he is so indifferent and insensitive to the world. His mother casually said something that would hurt his pride, yet he responded nonchalantly. And his mother looked like she was running out of patience with him. Are you okay, Mother? Yes, I'm fine. I know his personality. I've been too indulgent with him. It seemed like she was blaming her own upbringing, but from my perspective, it felt like Ted's very nature was rotten. I felt she had no need to apologize, considering her words. After the funeral went smoothly, we returned to our normal lives. The thought of dealing with my husband's unreasonable whims again was disheartening. The taste of this stew is different from Mama's. Have my breakfast ready and wake me up by 5 a.m. His unreasonable demands increased. Since the clinic's director changed from his father to someone else. Perhaps his usual whims weren't getting him anywhere, and his work schedule became stricter. I could feel his irritation more than ever. It definitely felt like he was taking his frustrations out on me. Hey, I'm already 7 months pregnant. If you look at my belly, you can tell it's quite big now. Can you start doing things yourself? I'm not your slave. Huh? Even if you're pregnant, you're still my wife, right? You have to do your duties as a wife. Enough already. All you ever talk about is Mama. Mama, weighing every little thing between your mom and me. And then pushing your ideals onto me is crazy. You have no compassion for others. Our emotional clashes escalated day by day. One day, as I entered the 8th month of pregnancy, the stress led me to collapse and I was rushed to the hospital. I nearly miscarried. Even knowing the situation, Ted remained indifferent and hurried out of the hospital after completing the admission procedures. You need to divorce that husband of yours soon. If this continues, it'll endanger your health. Really, it would be terrible if it affected the child too.
Yeah.
I understand. I think it'll be resolved soon. I was happy to hear my parents caring for me. I had disliked saying I'm going to divorce him out loud myself. I don't know why I held on to such strange pride, but thanks to my parents, I was able to let go of it. I decided to tell my husband about the divorce next time he visited me in the hospital. But an unexpected event occurred. Although he hadn't visited me at all during my hospital stay, he appeared boldly in front of me on the day I gave birth, a full 9 months. And started speaking lightly as if throwing a jab. Hey, can we just get a divorce? Huh? Why? I've found someone else. She treats me much better than you ever did, and I'm happy now. The divorce discussion came not from me but from him unexpectedly. Moreover, he boldly mentioned his happiness with his new life, citing his affair. That was the last straw for me. Oh, really? Do whatever you want, I've been wanting to divorce you too. I see, my bad. I'll pay child support and property division, so let's end this amicably. I thought, what is he talking about? He thinks life will continue to go smoothly like before? He's in for a big surprise. Be prepared. The stress I had endured up until now from the marriage was significant. Enough to harbor hatred towards my husband. From a phone taunt after that, I learned that his new wife's father had connections with my father. Considering this situation, I started planning my revenge. I would use my father's influence to ruin my husband's life thoroughly. After some time, I moved back home with my child and left the house we had lived in. Ted paid me about $100,000 in a lump sum for child support and property division. Thinking we had parted amicably. Then I discussed the future with my father, who was also considering revenge. Should we pull Ted into our hospital for now? What are you talking about, Dad? That would ruin the hospital's reputation. Don't worry, we can handle that. If we're going to get back at that fool, having him close by will allow us to corner him thoroughly. What's your plan? As I questioned his cryptic actions, he revealed a shocking fact. Did you ever think about when you exactly got pregnant? Now that you mention it. I didn't. You know, when you married Ted, the rumor spread among other hospitals. I heard through the grapevine that he was learning how to administer injections at a sperm bank. And rumor has it he said, I want to test if it really leads to pregnancy with my wife. What? Can he even do that? That's a crime. What was he thinking? Wait, then. I suspect he tested it on you. I have no memory of that. But that seems more likely. But why? Maybe he wanted a divorce? But that doesn't make sense. Why would getting me pregnant have anything to do with wanting a divorce? He probably wanted to create a reason for something, right? Perhaps pregnancy was the most suitable way to do that? My father's face was furious. It was the first time I had seen our gentle and calm father look so angry. Ted had done something that would not be surprising if it incurred my father's wrath. I felt that it was only natural for him to want to trap Ted too. Whether the rumor my father heard was true or not, I had to believe it given the pregnancy I couldn't account for. I became sad. Was this an unwanted pregnancy? I couldn't help thinking about whether it was truly the destiny of this child to be born. And tears began to flow uncontrollably. You shouldn't be sad. You gave birth to that child because it was meant to be born. The child is innocent. Make sure you give him a happy life. My father's words were kind. Yes, the child is innocent. If it's a life meant to be born, I will give my all to love and make him happy. That's why I felt a tremendous rage towards Ted, who played with life for his own ends. Hey, Dad, I don't know how to crush him, but beat him completely. I'll do whatever I can in return. Of course. I'm a doctor fulfilling my duties. Do you think I could just stay silent after what he did to my precious daughter? My father and our resentment towards Ted had reached its peak. A few days later, my father, as he declared, scouted Ted to our hospital. And on his first day, we met with him. It's been a while, good for you, being scouted to this hospital. Huh? Why are you here, and? Long time no see, Ted. I'll be counting on you to work well in our hospital from now on. No, but I thought you were just a small clinic's director. Sorry about that. I didn't want to shock you back then. And I never got a chance to tell you the truth until today. My father was putting significant pressure on Ted. He seemed cheerful earlier about working as a nurse in a general hospital. But his expression gradually clouded over, starting to emit an awkward vibe. Yes. I'll do my best. Just remember, if you do anything to tarnish our reputation, you're out immediately. Although my father spoke in a somewhat light-hearted manner, his eyes were serious. Ted seemed to realize this and responded with a forced smile. As days passed, it was clear he was increasingly worn out. The attacks from a dominant colleague and the cold looks from others due to his incompetence at work were taking a mental toll. He was less free than in his previous clinic, and it was clearly wearing him down. How's it going? Are you managing your work properly? I've heard you've been making a lot of mistakes lately. You must be tired, right? Yes. I see. Well, don't push yourself too hard. Make sure to take some time off. My father occasionally acted considerate towards Ted. But his incompetence was worse than expected. He made errors like failing to do proper handovers before taking days off. And mistakes in recording medical charts, which became prominent. And even patients started to complain about Ted. Finally, my father decided to fire him. Please wait, I beg you. If I get fired here, I can't go back to the family clinic. You understand how much trust you lose from people by working here without being capable, right? What do you mean? You know it. You were disowned by Mr. Simpson before coming here. With the reputation you've built up here, no clinic in the area will hire you if you go for interviews. Please wait, if you do this, I really won't have anywhere to go. It's your fault for accepting the scout from this hospital without understanding your own capabilities. Please. I'll do anything, even menial tasks. Can't you keep me at this hospital? That's impossible, I'm sorry. You're fired as of tomorrow. Don't come back. This was my father's revenge. Ted was already disliked by his biological father and Mr. Simpson, who took over the clinic. And they had discussed this. Everyone was fed up with his incompetence and wanted to do something about it. And then, my moment of triumph began. Hey, Hillary, I've been fired. I have nowhere to go now. And it's tough because I paid the child support to you all at once. And Mama's dementia is getting worse. I really need help, can we cooperate somehow? Impossible, please leave. Please, I can't handle this alone. Why should I? Don't you have a wife? About that. What about it? I got divorced. I thought so. You did the same thing to her that you did to me, right? He seemed lost for words. He might have finally started to understand how much harm his actions had caused. Isn't this just karma? As I looked down on the defeated Ted, I slapped a document in front of him. This is for damages. You could have been arrested for what you did, understand that. Huh? How do you know about this? Don't underestimate the connections in the medical industry. Everything you did to me is well known over here. In order to learn the details, following a referral from my father, I had called the clinic where Ted had banked his sperm. It seems that he indeed tried to artificially inseminate me while I was asleep to see if it would result in pregnancy. Upon discovering this fact, I gathered clear evidence, including testimonies and warnings from the clinic's doctor, who had advised against such dangerous actions, and submitted it to the court. Thanks to that, I was able to claim damages, and I slammed the documents down in front of Ted. Wait a minute, I don't have any money. Pay up. Or I can have you arrested by the police, which do you prefer? you've got to be kidding, why is this happening to me? It's all because of what you've done. Can you understand how the child feels, born out of your selfishness? More than how you've mentally cornered me? Do you understand how I felt when I found out the truth? Stop messing around. Playing with people's lives on a whim, you deserve this. I don't ever want to see your face again, just disappear from my sight. I unleashed all the emotions I had been holding inside toward Ted. The compassion I felt for the child was incomparably so strong that it made any harassment from this mommy's boy pale. As I yelled at Ted, tears of anger uncontrollably streamed down my face while I vented my feelings. Overwhelmed by my force, he cowered on the spot, knelt down, and began to grovel. I'm truly sorry. I now really understand your feelings. And how much you've endured my selfishness. I've realized how kind you were. So please, I'm not asking to get back together, but I need some support. I'm too broke to keep my house. No matter what you say, it's impossible. Please, just go home. I don't want to see your face, I hate you, just go. My final shout seemed to hit him directly, causing him to fall back on his buttocks from his kneeling position. I'm sorry, he muttered in a faint voice, barely audible, and then scurried away from the place like someone seeing a ghost. Since then, I have cut off all contact with him and have not met him. His mother's dementia has worsened, and he has been struggling to make ends meet in a job unrelated to medicine, trying to manage his finances as his incompetence has not helped him succeed in any job. Mama, I've even sold the family home. And now I can only afford to live in an apartment that costs $200 in rent. I didn't know I was always this incapable at work. I feel so pathetic. I feel like crying. Ted's face looked visibly thinner from stress as he realized his lack of life skills and incompetence at work. Young man, you've been calling me a mama for a while now, but who might you be? Her dementia had progressed rapidly after Ted's father had passed away. It had gotten so bad day by day that even though she had barely recognized Ted up until recently, she finally lost the ability to recognize him. Mama, you're joking, right? The dementia has progressed this far. We had heard about the increasingly dire situation of these two from acquaintances in the medical field through word of mouth. While I wanted to say Ted got what he deserved, I felt guilty about involving his kind mother in all this. It was frustrating to feel nothing but pity for her. Though I felt sorry for her, I just felt like asking her to take his side, despite the situation. It's been 3 years, and Michael has grown so much. So, I'm thinking about moving out of this house. Are you sure that's what you want? Your mother and I don't mind you staying, and we'd actually be happy if you stayed. My father said this, but my sister was getting married, and considering our family had only us 2 sisters, her husband had offered to join our family as a son-in-law. Plus, it was obvious that me staying at home was inconvenient, so I had decided to move out. What? You're moving out? I mean,
Yeah.
even though your husband is great with kids and looks after my child too, it feels awkward to stay at home. That's sad, but I guess it makes sense. I then visited a real estate agent I had relied on when I started my bakery to look for a property. Huh? Hillary, is that you? Sean? What are you doing here? This is my dad's company. No way, I had no idea. Well, Smith isn't a rare surname, so it's hard to guess. It turned out that the real estate company was run by a close male friend's father from high school. And I learned that Sean had joined the company after I had made the land contract for my bakery. No wonder I didn't know. Kinda nostalgic, huh? How about we gather the old crew and have a little reunion? A spontaneous reunion was decided on the spot, and I enjoyed catching up with old friends. talking about recent events and reminiscing about the past. Sean and I quickly became close. He listened earnestly to the story of what had happened with my ex-husband. And as I remembered those times, I cried bitterly, and he comforted me diligently. Sorry for bringing up such a gloomy topic at the reunion and crying. But just remembering it makes me cry. Stop it, I understand how you feel, so let's just enjoy some good drinks from here on out. After he said that, I continued to cry for a while. He held me in his arms until my tears dried up. Thank you, I'm sorry. After that, I grabbed a newly ordered beer and downed it in one go. Determined to forget about the past and enjoy the night. Sean and I started dating, and a month later, we had a whirlwind wedding. If you're looking for a place to live with your child, why not come to my family's home? Let's live together. His words were essentially a proposal. Now, we live together in his family's home, which is well known in the area as a large landowner. Building a happy family with our new child. Unaware of how appalled I was, my husband boldly declared, "Alyssa, let's sell your parents' house. It's a really good deal. She helped us with it, so I got such a good offer. Overlook my affair, will you? Who would sell it? This cheater. Don't take people for fools. I am Alyssa. I have been married to my husband Chris for 5 years. Our beloved son turned 4. We had what you might call a shotgun wedding, and our child was born soon after we married. We've been trying to parent together, making it up as we go along. We plan to continue cooperating and want another child." I thought, of course, he felt the same. However, around the time our son turned 3, suddenly, his enthusiasm for parenting cooled. The trigger was probably our son starting his terrible twos. As soon as our adorable son began to show his own will, Chris retired from parenting. Given his nature, easily heated and cooled, it's surprising he focused on parenting for 3 years. At the same time, something very shocking happened. Both of my parents fell ill and passed away. Even though they were very close, they didn't have to synchronize their passing to heaven. I visit my childhood home once a month to maintain it since my parents left it to us. I have a younger brother, but he works far away, so I mainly manage the house. They say a house deteriorates quickly if no one lives in it. So I air out the rooms and pull weeds in the garden. It takes an hour by car to my childhood home. The first few times, my husband came with me. But gradually he stopped, and now it's just my son and I. My son loves running around the large house and yard. I'm reluctant to let go of this house that means so much to me. But it's been 2 years since my parents passed away. It might be time to let it go. That thought crossed my mind. When I came home a bit earlier than planned, an unfamiliar car was parked in our driveway. It was a cute compact car. Inside, there were several large stuffed animals like those from an arcade. Why is such a car here? I had a bad feeling. I carried my sleeping son and quietly opened the front door. Cute pumps were carelessly tossed in the entryway. And down the hallway leading to the bedroom, clothes were scattered. Shirts, pants, a dress. I felt the blood drain from my face. I immediately knew whose the discarded clothes were. My husband's clothes. But the dress wasn't mine. Nor the shoes. Most likely, my husband and someone else were in the bedroom. Why, how, why? While I panicked, a calm part of me remained. This was an affair. Evidence. I must preserve the evidence. I used my smartphone to record the situation inside. Should I just go in and confront my husband and his lover in the bedroom? Yes, I should confront them and ask what they think they're doing. At that moment, my sleeping son murmured, His voice brought me back to reality. What if my husband lashes out or the lover causes trouble, and my child is in danger? I hadn't thought my husband was capable of that, but suddenly I was worried. I bit my lip in frustration and decided against storming into the affair scene. I turned back, returned to my car, and took a deep breath. That man, he won't get away with this. A little before the time my son and I were supposed to return home, the front door opened. Out came a flashy, gal-like woman and my husband. They waved and smiled at each other and kissed goodbye. I made sure to capture that scene with my camera. My son was being watched by a mom friend. My mom friend had agreed to my sudden request to watch my son for 2 hours. I'll explain later. I don't know what happened, but you can talk to me about anything, she had said. Reliable. I'm grateful. Right after the lover left, I stood up. First, I'll deal with my husband. The lover comes after. I felt like I was storming a dojo as I opened the door to our house. I'm home. Oh, welcome back. You're early. My husband was flustered. Of course. The clothes he had scattered were still all over the floor. The bedroom must still be a mess. That woman, if you're going to cheat, at least clean up after yourself. Who was that person just now? What? Just now? My husband's agitation ignited my anger. Don't mess with me. I have proof. Stop playing dumb and admit to the affair. You scum. Kissing in the entryway, how does that feel? No way. My husband yelled, unable to continue, his mouth agape like a fish. Who is that woman? What were you thinking? How long have you been cheating? She was introduced by a senior. We've been together since last Valentine's. Last year. That's surprisingly long. And last Valentine's was around the time he lost his enthusiasm for parenting. You neglected our beloved son because of your lover. Unbelievable. My husband was flailing his hands and looking around nervously. I have something to say. For some reason, you think I'm going to start the conversation. Just wait a minute. With that, my husband ran to the living room and came back from the dining room with a stack of papers. Look at this. He thrust the papers at me aggressively. Reluctantly, I looked at them. What's this? A real estate sales contract? Yes. What is this, some kind of quiz? Here's the question. When a wife confronted her cheating husband, he produced a real estate sales contract. What is the husband trying to convey? Such a tough question, who could know? I skimmed through the papers irritably. As I read further, I began to feel an urgency that couldn't be ignored. The documents detailed the sale of my parents' house. Hold on. Why is my parents' house being sold? The revelation of my husband's affair was shocking enough. But the sale of my parents' home was completely unexpected. The answer to the earlier quiz seems to be: the affair was for the sake of the real estate transaction. The truth of the matter seems to be drifting further away. Chris started to speak. That girlfriend I mentioned earlier. Her name is Mandy. She knows this incredible man named Mr. Hill, who's involved in various businesses and even runs seminars. I've been to a few seminars with Mandy, and he's really impressive. My dad and mom have completely trusted Mr. Hill too. He knows a lot of celebrities. He said he would buy your parents' house. It's a win-win since he can buy properties cheaper than the market price. And we get a lot more money than going through a real estate agent. I met with Mr. Hill today and signed the contract. Mandy, the mistress, and now a new character, Ms. Hill, appear. Celebrities. seminars, real estate transactions, an excited husband. Things are finally starting to make sense. It seemed my husband's next interest had shifted to a very dubious area. While thinking he was foolish, it somehow made sense. However, I didn't want to be involved. Unaware of my disgust, my husband boldly declared, "Alyssa, let's sell that house. No one's living there anymore. And it wouldn't be a problem if it's gone, right? We could make a fortune from the junk. Great, isn't it? Mandy helped me with this, so overlook my affair, will you?" What? And, Mandy told me about this, but there's a nice new property for sale now. Let's use the money from selling your family home as a down payment and buy that house. What are you talking about? I'm talking about our future. It's a spacious and beautiful house, with a guest room. I can hold seminars there. On days I'm not holding seminars, I'll invite Mandy over. Great idea, right? I'm appalled. I felt the strength drain from my body. You're being deceived. It's a shady business, you should pull out. I was about to say that, but I stopped. Here's the question. Why didn't the wife try to correct her deceived husband? The answer is simple. Because he's no longer my husband. Overlook an affair? What are you talking about after trying to sell my precious family home without permission? Invite Mandy to the guest room? What do you intend to do in a house where I and our son also live? To think I've been married to such a foolish man for 5 years. No way. What? I spoke from the bottom of my stomach. I refuse. How could I let go of my family home for a stupid like you, you lowest of men? I was surprised that a stupid came from my vocabulary, but at this point, it didn't matter. What did you say? That would cause trouble. I'd lose Mr. Hill's trust. I don't care. I threw a bundle of papers. I'm leaving this house. Where's the travel bag? It's in the bedroom. The place where my foolish husband and Mandy were getting cozy. Damn, I don't want to go. But I have no choice but to retrieve my bag. Ignoring my noisy husband crying out, I packed our belongings. My sons and my stuff, and as much as I could carry of what was important, and I left the house. I can't stay in such a place any longer. After leaving the house, I went to pick up my son. I explained to my mom friend that I had stormed into my husband's affair. And gave her sweets as a thank you for her sudden help. She sympathized and expressed concern. Then, I knocked on the door of a law office. To consult about my husband trying to sell my property without permission. I also mentioned his obsession with a dubious seminar and his irrational behavior. The lawyer empathetically listened to my concerns. A consultation fee of $50 for 30 minutes is not cheap. I paid a total of $200 for 2 hours. But it was worth it as I learned all possible countermeasures. The call from my husband came around noon the next day. Hey, let's talk. This time was during his company's lunch break. My deduction is, last night he cried to his parents. Overslept in the morning, and finally called during lunch break. His tone suggested he thought I might have cooled down by now. Yes. I've completely cooled down. My affection for you, that is.
Yeah.
I thought we needed to talk too. Right? I was troubled when you suddenly ran off. Frustrated. But, I must endure. Arguing over every little thing won't help us progress. Maybe we just can't continue as a couple anymore? I guess so. I think so too. I can't believe you don't see the greatness in Mr. Hill and Mandy. If you were willing to move to the next stage with me like my parents, I think we could continue as a couple. I can't do that. What's this next stage? I'll hold off on any unnecessary comments for now. You live freely with our child. I'll have fun living with Mandy and my parents. We're getting a divorce. Understood. But I'm not selling my family home. Oh. About that. His solemn voice brightened a bit. Give me that building as compensation. What? You can't appreciate being connected to those two. So it's only natural you pay me compensation. Look, this is America. You cheated, meaning you are the culpable spouse. Why would a culpable spouse get compensation? That's the difference between you and me. Enough. I don't care about the laws of Stupid Island. Stay away. Knock on wood. Fine. I'll get a lawyer. It's better for you to just give it up willingly than to go through a lawsuit. Does he have a lawyer familiar with the laws of Stupid Island? Fine. But I'll get a lawyer too. Based on American law, I'll claim compensation for the affair. And child support. Also about the divorce, I want to do it now. It's your lunch break, right? Meet at the municipal office now and submit the paperwork. If you can't, I'll bring the divorce papers to your office right now. Sigh. His deep sigh was grating. Annoying. But apparently, he disliked the idea of me bringing divorce papers to his office enough to come to the municipal office right away. Without exchanging a word, my husband and I submitted the divorce papers. 2 mom friends came along to sign as witnesses. I wouldn't have minded if Mr. Hill and Mandy had signed for him either. After divorcing, I took my son and returned to our hometown. We decided to live in the empty family home. I left all the bothersome dealings with my ex-husband to the lawyer. By the time several months had passed, my son had fully adjusted to the new environment. His terrible twos were also starting to settle down. Fortunately, he never asked to see his father, which I was grateful for. I started working and was living a fulfilling life. Then one day, my ex-husband called. I didn't want to answer. What are lawyers for, if not for this? Ignore, ignore, ignore. But the enemy was persistent. He left countless calls from morning till night, and I snapped. I decided to answer the next call. It came within 10 minutes. All right, let's settle this. You're persistent. Talk to my lawyer. Whoa. Is that the first thing you say after so long? Yes. It's been several months, after all. But after being ignored this long, you should give up. What do you want, huh? Please forgive my harsh words. You're at your family home now, right? Yes, but then why can't you submit a change of residence form? Huh? I responded coolly to my ex-husband's irrational anger, but a possibility had sprung to mind. Advised by the lawyer I consulted before our divorce. I need to sell your family home. Give me the address. Are you still saying that? Well, my argument will prevail sooner or later, so I'm going to sell that house anyway. I just bought a new one and need the money urgently. So I thought I'd get the paperwork done first. No, your argument won't prevail. Your lawyer is Japanese too. Both lawyers are looking for a middle ground in their discussions. According to my lawyer. The other lawyer is fed up because my ex-husband keeps making legally untenable claims. If it goes to court, my ex-husband's lawyer might resign. By the way, after getting my address, what were you planning to do next? Mr. Hill knows the details. He told me that if I change your address and register a seal at the new address, I can change the building registration. You're too stupid to know that. But when I tried to submit your change of address at the city office, they told me it didn't match the current address and didn't accept it. I wrote down your family home's address properly. What's going on? Change of address, huh? In the US, that's a serious crime, you know. Serious? What is he focusing on? This was indeed the scheme discussed by the lawyer I consulted. Change someone's address without permission and rewrite the building registration and sell it. That's the scheme. To avoid falling victim to this, I temporarily moved my residence registration to a place other than my family home. It's my brother's place. My ex-husband doesn't know my brother's address. It seems I'm living in that state. Considering unforeseen circumstances, I've also restricted access to my family register. So my ex-husband can't change my address without permission. He certainly can't sell my parents' house without permission. Thank you to the lawyer for informing me. A crime, how rude. I just did as Mr. Hill told me. To Mr. Hill, you're a handyman willing to commit crimes. You also had your mistress forge my power of attorney, didn't you? That's forgery of a private document and also its use, right? Huh, but I've already made a sales contract for your parents' house. With Mr. Hill. Mandy has forged documents before, so she said she could handle it. Then Mandy and Mr. Hill are accomplices. They're teaming up to set you up. What? Mr. Hill probably decided my ex-husband was too foolish. Perhaps the plan to sell my parents' house was discovered too quickly. The divorce happened in an instant. The divorce negotiations didn't go well either. They had no plan to take my parents' house from me. So they probably thought they couldn't make money off him anymore. And tried to sell him a new construction and then disappear. Well, that's just speculation. Thinking about my ex-husband possibly turning pale over the phone makes me feel both pathetic and pitiful. Recently, my dad started saying similar things. He suspects Mr. Hill and Mandy too. He says we should consult the police. But, oh, my father-in-law came to his senses. That's good to hear. It's no longer my concern. I think you should listen to your father. You're quick to heat up and lose sight of your surroundings when you focus. You can't distinguish between good and bad, you're just clueless. So, don't contact me ever again. That's what I said as I hung up the phone. I felt relieved after saying what I wanted to say and I blocked his number. Now, I'm just watching from a higher ground. Later on, my ex-husband followed his father-in-law's advice and went to the police. And Mr. Hill and Mandy were arrested. Apparently, they were a married couple who made a living off fraud. They had indeed been scamming my ex-husband. Unbeknownst to me, both he and his parents had been swindled out of a lot of money. The new construction they introduced was actually second-hand. My ex-husband and his parents were almost stripped of everything. Thanks to going to the police, they narrowly avoided disaster. However, my ex-husband was severely reprimanded by the police for trying to sell my parents' house without permission. He was lucky to avoid being sent to prosecution, but if it had been later, he would have ended up in prison. It's a good thing that my son's father didn't become a criminal. The incident is now resolved. I moved my family register back to my parents' house from my brother's place, where I had it for safety. What a hassle it was. Later, through his lawyer, my ex-husband asked if there was a chance of remarrying. As if. I told them to focus on paying the compensation and child support on time instead of indulging in such convenient fantasies. His parents, not him, showed understanding for my blunt response. They reflected on how they had been deceived by Mr. Hill and Mandy and paid the compensation on his behalf. Right. It's crazy to think a son would cheat because of his lover's sweet talk. Normally, you'd scold him saying, "Don't do such foolish things." Child support will be paid diligently by him every month. I've learned from this ordeal and am determined to raise my son to understand the difference between right and wrong. I'll study how swindlers operate and teach my son as well. But maybe it's too early for fraud and money talks. My son is happily running around in the spacious yard of my parents' house. Mommy, I caught a grasshopper. Wow, that's great. Let's release it later. Seeing my son's bright smile makes me feel happy. Here, in the house where I grew up, my son and I will live freely and joyfully. I'll handle the inheritance distribution. If you don't like it, let's get a divorce. Just after returning home from my mother's funeral, I was shocked by the unbelievable words from Anthony. Overwhelmed, Anthony quickly laid out 2 pieces of paper on the table, urging me to reply. But my anger exploded, and I decided to divorce him. Yes. Anthony, expecting me to meekly agree to his proposal, was confused by my response. Ignoring him, I stormed out of the house where I had lived for many years. I headed straight to a certain place to carry out a plan. My name is Janet Miller, I'm 30 years old. I work at a bank and am a housewife, married for 5 years to my husband Anthony, who is 5 years older than me. These 5 years, I've been living a hellish life. Anthony works at a local bank, and he is at the very bottom in terms of performance. He lacks motivation at work, thinking it's fine as long as he meets the bare minimum, which has made him an outsider at his workplace. Seriously, the guys who work hard at their jobs are just making fools of themselves. It's smarter to relax and take it easy, right? When I went to pick up a drunken Anthony from a company party, I was speechless to see him making pathetic comments to his juniors. Although his words might seem as if he handles his job well. Having heard about his work attitude from his colleagues, I was appalled at his audacity. Anthony is the type who mocks those who genuinely strive hard. How can he handle his days with the least effort? That's all he cares about, mocking those who try hard. He has no intention of trying for a promotion. His lack of enthusiasm and passion means he'll probably end up a sidelined employee, mocked by his colleagues and juniors alike. And I, his wife, have become his outlet for relieving stress. I also work as a freelance artist. Although Anthony had respected me for being a professional, his attitude changed dramatically after we married and he learned about my annual income. Anthony started to look down on me once he realized that being an artist wasn't very lucrative. It's funny you can even say you make a living with art, with such a low income. Your skills are nothing more than amateurish hobby level, aren't they? While we were dating, he praised my paintings, but after our marriage, he has been constantly belittling my work. Especially on days when he faced unpleasant things at work. It became routine for him to sigh just upon seeing my face. It's nice for you, being able to work so comfortably. I have to suffer every day being nagged by a noisy boss. Why don't you do a job that actually adds to our income a bit? Repeatedly subjected to his sarcastic remarks, I gradually began to lose confidence in my painting. However, I was mentally supported by my customers who came to buy my artwork. Ladies who told me how happy their husbands were when they received my paintings for their birthdays, and parents who chose my paintings as gifts for their children. Despite Anthony's relentless sarcasm, it's thanks to the customers who desire my paintings every month that I can continue this job. Most of my work was done in the living room of our home. The living room is well lit, and when I open the windows, a pleasant breeze comes in. The house my mother bought for me is designed to help me concentrate on art. And drawing in the living room has always felt wonderful. Sometimes, just breathing the outdoor air or looking at the view from the window can inspire great ideas. However, Anthony gradually began to frequent the living room, tarnishing my place of relaxation. Can't you see I'm working? You might be off, but I'm drawing a commissioned piece. If you're going to be sarcastic, could you please leave? It's distracting. For some reason, Anthony would come to the living room only when I was working, either to vent about work or to make sarcastic comments at me. It's really getting in the way of my work, and I wish he would leave. Expressing my true feelings led to Anthony sneering at me. Talking back to your husband who's on a break like that. Who do you think you're living thanks to? Anthony often threatens me because my annual income is lower than his, despite him not earning much himself. The trigger for Anthony becoming like this was probably when I chose him to handle a regular savings account. Once he knew how much I earned and saved, he started treating me completely differently than before we were married. I thought you lived a more affluent life, but it turns out the only capable one was your mother. You're completely useless. Your mother must have been so disappointed, thinking she could pass the company on to you. But because she raised a helpless child, she had to leave it to someone else. I couldn't stand how he belittled and mocked me because my income was lower than his. However, as he said, I am now able to live doing what I love. If I wanted to honor my mother, I should have been the one actively managing the company. But after discussing it with my mother, I chose not to follow that path. You should live freely, dear. I don't intend to make you walk the old-fashioned path laid out by us. Do what you love and pursue your passions. I want to support your actions. Encouraged by my mother's words, I pushed forward with my current path. But the more I tried to explain my feelings to him, the uglier our arguments became, draining my energy. Thinking it foolish to continue, I decided from that day to stop responding to him. I let his words go in one ear and out the other, letting him say whatever he wanted since it no longer mattered. I learned from long experience that the best way to preserve my mental peace was to dismiss his rants as the ramblings of a pitiful person. Once Anthony realized I wasn't responding anymore, he lost interest and would click his tongue before returning to his room. Because it was just words, ignoring him posed no problem, and I continued to disregard what he said. However, everything changed suddenly when my mother, who had been living in a facility, passed away. My mother was the president of a major car manufacturer with over 7,000 employees. At the time, it was the most popular car manufacturer in the US. And there was no one in the industry who didn't know her name. Thinking ahead, she resigned as president when I was 28 years old. She wanted to pass on the leadership to the next generation. And knowing that I was focused on my painting, she entrusted the company to my best friend, Sherry Clarkson. Sherry and I are childhood friends and close as family. She lived nearby, and my mother trusted her completely. However, Anthony is unaware of this fact. Sherry asked me not to tell him about our friendship. I thought about whether or not to tell you since it's a story from our school days. But after hearing about your recent situation, I thought it would be better to let you know. Sherry told me about Anthony from our high school days. Though they were in different classes, they knew each other by name. And Anthony was known for being a troublemaker who stood out for all the wrong reasons. You know how there's always one in class, the type who disrupts the class just for fun and enjoys teasing the teachers. That's your husband. I didn't have same class as him, but I heard from my friends who took the same class. Sherry made sure to visit our home when Anthony wasn't around. She had changed her last name after getting married, so even at our wedding, Anthony didn't realize she was a former classmate. Thanks to this, Anthony still doesn't know about my close friendship with Sherry. I've mentioned having a close female friend, but he seems uninterested in any part of my life that doesn't involve money. He ended the conversation with a simple, "Do whatever you want," and never asked about Sherry. I heard rumors that he was greedy about money even back then. Some people were upset because he hadn't returned the money he borrowed. So I wondered if you were okay. Since you're a bank employee and he's been providing for the house. I thought there was no need to say anything and kept quiet. But I still have only negative impressions of him, so that's why I asked you to keep quiet about me. It would be troublesome if he started asking for money under some pretext. Seeing Sherry smile wryly as she spoke, I couldn't help but sigh. I had never sensed such a side of Anthony before we got married. On the contrary, he appeared to be a sincere and upstanding young man. The type that parents would likely approve of. That was the impression he made at first. Our meeting happened when Anthony attended an exhibition where I was participating. At that time, I was feeling stuck with my painting and losing confidence. As I pondered whether to continue while painting day after day, Anthony spent hours looking at one of my paintings. You've been looking at that painting for a while, haven't you? While other paintings gathered interest from visitors, Anthony was captivated by a painting that no one else noticed. I was curious about his behavior, so I couldn't help but speak up. I'm sorry. Was it not good? No. Not at all. I was just wondering why you were looking at that painting for so long. Anthony lacks an aesthetic sense. But perhaps it's precisely because of that lack of sense that he said the next words. I don't understand. Honestly, I have no interest in artistic things. But somehow, I can't take my eyes off this painting. Even when my friend who invited me said it's time to go home, I couldn't move away from it. I'm sure the person who painted this must have felt a lot of pain and struggle. Maybe even redrawing it several times. I don't know why, but after thinking that, I couldn't move. I mean, what am I even saying, right? I don't know anything about art. Anthony scratched the back of his head with a bitter smile, and I was truly drawn to him. Hearing those words from someone who knew nothing about art made me feel rescued. Someone saw and understood my struggles. Feeling incredibly happy, I found myself revealing that I was the artist. This revelation kickstarted our interaction. Although Anthony had no interest in paintings, he visited every exhibition where I displayed my art. Can I visit your studio sometime? I'd really like to see you paint. I was pleased that he took an interest in what I do. Simultaneously, I began to find him intriguing and invited him to my home. Then, he confessed his feelings. I want to continue seeing you paint freely by my side. I had never met a man who said something like that before. I was genuinely happy and accepted his proposal, and we started dating. I thought we would surely walk a happy path together. At the time, my parents, who were still alive, were overjoyed to learn that I had a boyfriend. My mother even bragged to her friends about it. You've always been uninterested in boys, so focused on your art. As a parent, there's nothing more joyful than seeing you find happiness with someone. That's right. And, because I'm in this condition, if there's someone to look after you, I can pass away in peace. At that time, my father was suffering from cancer and had received a terminal diagnosis. Still, he fought to see me in my wedding dress. And I managed to show him that before he passed away. Relieved to have seen me married, he passed away shortly after the wedding. Following my father, my mother also became frail and was admitted to a facility. Her brain was fine, but she no longer had the strength to live on her own. And she never regained her vitality after moving into the facility. Finally, recently, just before she passed away, she said she was ready to join my father. I was engulfed in grief, unable to concentrate on my art when Anthony, bizarrely, seemed jubilant and drank heavily. Finally. Now that old hag's inheritance will come your way, right? It's been a long time. I was getting tired of playing the good son. Even though he was drunk, the unbelievable words he uttered shocked me. Doubting my ears, I asked him to repeat what he just said. What did you just say? Are you out of your mind? He had been ridiculously drunk at the ceremony too. So I initially thought it might just be drunken nonsense. However, even then, such words were unacceptable. Frowning, I asked him again, and he smirked as if mocking me. Of course. If I didn't suck up to your parents, I might not have gotten the inheritance, right? Hey, is my name written in the will at all? Surely it must be mentioned a little, right? Who has it? A lawyer? Fury rose within me. My parents had just passed away, and here he was, emotionally wrecking me, talking about money? Talking about money at such a time? I felt despair at his unbelievable insensitivity. Stop it. Don't talk about such things so casually. Can't you distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said? I usually don't let my emotions show when talking to Anthony. But this time, I couldn't contain myself. The more he acted like he had been nice to my parents only for the inheritance, and showed his true colors after they passed away, the more I felt hatred surge within me. Listening to Anthony, who only thought about money, reminded me of what Sherry had told me about his past. I heard those rumors about him being money-minded back in those days. The stories from our school days turned out to be true. The moment I realized that, my feelings towards him instantly cooled. Why are you shouting so much? I was enjoying myself. But you've really killed the mood. Anthony's attitude, as if I had ruined the atmosphere, only increased my frustration. I had tolerated it before because he had always treated my parents well. But if this was his plan from the beginning, was our marriage a sham? Was his sudden interest in art all fake? I began to question every action of his. And then he did something shocking. The next day, when I entered the living room, Anthony, unusually awake, was waiting for me. Completely sober, Anthony seemed unusually composed. I wondered if he had something to say as he gestured for me to sit opposite him, as expected. I sat down as instructed, and stared at him suspiciously, wondering what he had to say. Then, unexpectedly, Anthony placed a divorce decree with signatures, along with what seemed like a covenant, on the table, and abruptly began an unbelievable conversation. I was drunk yesterday, so I wasn't thinking clearly. Let's talk again. Did you confirm with the lawyer about the will? I couldn't understand how he could still talk about money today. After I explicitly told him to stop yesterday, does he not remember? Yesterday's derogatory remark about my mother was one thing, but where does his memory end? And where does his reckless talk begin? No. Even if it was a spur-of-the-moment remark, I won't forgive him for insulting my mother. I won't let him get away with those words. Filled with rage, I confronted him with a powerful voice. Yesterday, I told you not to talk about it, so how can you casually bring it up again? You insulted my mother, and yet you offer no apology. Hey, calm down. That's harsh. It's bothering me. If calling her that upset you, I'll apologize. My bad. Is that okay? What kind of apology is that? His insincere apology only fueled my anger. Even after I reasoned with him for a while, Anthony showed no signs of remorse. All I got were half-hearted apologies, and the conversation remained at an impasse. Thinking that there was no point in further questioning him, I redirected the conversation to the inheritance issue. I haven't heard anything from you or contacted anyone. Besides, isn't it too early to think about the inheritance, when we haven't even sorted through her belongings? Mom just passed away, for God's sake. I see. Then, sign this covenant. What? I was astonished as I read the contents of the covenant handed to me. What is this? The document stated that the distribution of the inheritance would be left entirely to my husband, Anthony, and I would not interfere in any way. Furthermore, it explicitly stated that violating it would result in divorce. I was speechless at the contents of the document, which I couldn't believe. I'll handle the inheritance. If you don't like it, we'll get a divorce. After all, your inheritance will become mine, won't it? So, it's my right to do whatever I want with your belongings. Your belongings are mine too, and married couples share property, right? I'm offering to take care of you, who can't work. Be grateful. The moment I heard those words, something inside me snapped. I rose from my seat, facing down, and without signing the covenant. I turned towards my room and began preparing to leave. Hey, wait. What are you doing? Sign it. If you don't like it, we'll divorce. Are you listening? Yup, I can hear you loud and clear. So, I'm going to start packing up to leave. Huh? Surely, Anthony must have thought I would sign without a fuss. Seeing him stunned by my unexpected response, I almost burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Divorce means we're breaking up, you know? Do you understand what that means? I understand perfectly well. That's why I'm going to pack up my things, so don't bother me. The resentment and frustration that had been building up over the years had reached its boiling point when I saw Anthony yesterday. And now, the final nail in the coffin, this covenant. There's no way we're not getting divorced after this. Ignoring Anthony's bewildered expression, I hastily started packing. Anthony tried to intervene from the side. But I didn't pay him any heed. Anthony, desperate to find a way to stop me, seemed too flustered to notice anything around him. I quietly grabbed the divorce papers, making sure he didn't notice, and decided to leave the house I had lived in for years. Well, thank you for everything. Huh? Hey, wait. Ignoring Anthony's frantic call, I got into the waiting car I had arranged and sought refuge at my parents' house. And then, I headed to the bank where Anthony worked to execute a certain plan. Mrs. Miller. Anthony had taken time off for handling estate matters. So, it was quite surprising for someone's wife to suddenly show up at the workplace. It's only natural for them to have a surprised expression. Thank you for everything. Is the branch manager available? I have something to discuss, so if you could call him, I'd appreciate it. I smiled broadly as I requested the branch manager. Well, if it isn't Mrs. Miller. What can I do for you? Oh, no need to call me Miller anymore, we're strangers now, not even a married couple. Mr. Smith, I have something to talk to you about. The sudden announcement of my divorce caused a stir within the bank. Ignoring the surprised reactions around me, I continued speaking. Close the account with $300 million. Also, please close the personal savings account I had created immediately. I don't think I'll need the services of this bank anymore. Excuse me. The branch manager seemed visibly shocked by the sudden request. Another employee who thought it was a major problem must have called for Anthony. Anthony, in his casual attire with disheveled hair, hurriedly rushed to the bank. Hey, what the hell are you doing, saying stuff like that? Anthony, please calm down. Please come to the meeting room for now. Mrs. Janet, please come along too. With uncertainty about what to call me after hearing about the divorce, the branch manager led Anthony and me to the meeting room. The remaining employees looked at Anthony with surprise, and murmurs criticizing him could be heard in the background. Feeling the unwanted attention, Anthony seemed annoyed and glared at me as if blaming me for attracting it. But I didn't see his gaze at all. Maintaining a firm posture, I silently followed the branch manager. Eventually, we were guided to the meeting room, where Anthony and I sat side by side. And the branch manager asked about the situation, clearly confused. What's the meaning behind wanting to close our accounts? Can you explain? Exactly what you heard. I want to close all the accounts I have. Hey, what's this about closing accounts? I didn't hear anything about this. It's not surprising, since I didn't discuss anything with Anthony and brought up the account closure matter directly with the branch manager. While I was feeling exasperated at his obliviousness, the branch manager explained the situation to Anthony again. You're divorcing her, and she's asked to close all the accounts we hold for her. What's going on, Anthony? I haven't heard anything about a divorce. No. I haven't acknowledged any divorce. And we haven't divorced yet. She's talking crazy. I couldn't help but laugh sooner than I could hold it back, thinking how dense he could be. Seeing that, Anthony seemed to glare at me as if to say, "What's so funny? What are you talking about?" We're divorced. I signed the divorce papers that were on the living room table and submitted them to the city hall. What? As expected, it seemed he hadn't noticed that I had taken the divorce papers from the living room. Upon realizing that the divorce papers had been accepted, Anthony exclaimed in surprise. And the branch manager, confused about what was happening, looked at us in bewilderment. You were the one who signed it first, weren't you? Why are you so surprised? I took action like that because I want a divorce from you. Didn't you think that's why I did it? I realized I can't live with someone like you anymore, so it's perfect. Our interests align, and since the divorce papers have been accepted, there's no need for property division. The house is still in my name, so please vacate it within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll sue you for forced eviction or illegal entry. Wait a minute. What do you mean you've gone ahead and completed the divorce proceedings on your own? That's just a baseless rumor. It was just a pretense to get me to sign that covenant paper. Anyone could see that. Covenant paper? The branch manager, who had been watching over the marital dispute, must have thought it wise not to interfere unnecessarily and risk getting caught in the crossfire. But upon hearing about the covenant paper, he couldn't help but express his surprise. Perhaps thinking, what's going on, as he looked at Anthony. However, Anthony couldn't speak honestly about it. Although he couldn't do his job well, he had covered it up with his pleasant demeanor. Revealing this would mean abandoning the only strength he had, and his social credibility would plummet. He might even end up unable to stay at his workplace. Realizing that Anthony was desperately silent, I eagerly confided in the branch manager. Actually, my mother passed away. And I was presented with a covenant paper with a threatening statement like, "If you don't leave the inheritance distribution to me, I'll divorce you." I reached my limit and decided to divorce. What? No. That's not. I just got a little greedy. I didn't really mean to do something like that. I was just joking. Anthony was desperately making excuses to the branch manager. But such words were unlikely to reach his ears. Glances of dismay were directed at Anthony for his actions, which deviated from common decency. Noticing those stares, Anthony was at a loss for words, pondering how to handle this unfavorable situation. But I wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. I continued to press him further. Signing it and then calling it just a prank? Did you think I would just laugh it off and accept it? You insult someone's mother as an old hag the night before. And you openly admitted to trying to win favor with my parents for the inheritance. Remember that? Did you forget? Wearing a smirk designed to provoke Anthony, I confessed facts that would lower his value as a person. Seeing this, the branch manager looked at Anthony with contempt. Caught in a moment of panic by his gaze, Anthony's eyes widened, and his face went pale. He seemed to realize that if he didn't do something, his reputation would be ruined. However, I wasn't going to let him off the hook. I continued to pile on the pressure. So, I want you to close all the savings accounts that I had created for you. Also, please close the account with $300 million that I had saved during my single days. $300 million. He probably thought there wouldn't be much damage if it was just his own account. But the moment he heard about the $300 million account, Anthony exclaimed in shock. Why do you have that much money? You can't earn that much with those old-fashioned paintings, can you? It's simple. My main job isn't in that field, so I have money. What do you mean? That's not your main job? Seeing Anthony's confusion, I let out a deep sigh. Then, I took out a business card from my bag and handed it to him. This is my main job. Painting is just a hobby, more like a side job. The CEO of that company, is that your parents' company name? Wait, did you inherit that old hag's company? Even in front of the branch manager, who was watching. Anthony insulted my mother and hastily covered his mouth. However, it was too late. The branch manager was already staring at him with a stern expression. The president of that company should be Sherry. Why are you the CEO? Huh. How do you know about Sherry? I never talked about the company at all, did I? I didn't even mention being connected to Sherry. How did you find out? Sweat dripped down Anthony's forehead as he realized his mistake in a panic. In response to Anthony's disbelief, I confessed the shocking truth I had learned from Sherry. The answer is simple. You started pursuing Sherry for money, didn't you? I just heard from Sherry on the phone that you contacted her on social media, mentioning her mother. With that said, I began playing the recorded phone conversation I had obtained with Sherry's permission for everyone to hear. The recording contained details of the day he contacted her, along with evidence, including exchanges suggesting he invited her to a hotel. The branch manager, upon hearing the unbelievable truth, grimaced, while Anthony turned pale. He was completely speechless. Sherry and I are friends, didn't you know? You probably just thought of me as an acquaintance who inherited her mother's company. You thought that was all, right? But too bad. Sherry and I have been childhood friends and have a complicated relationship. I kept silent about being the CEO, anticipating that something like this might happen. Realizing the truth, Anthony probably realized that I had outsmarted him. He was unable to say anything in response. Sherry, so to speak, is what you'd call a hired CEO. The company belongs to me, the owner and CEO. Your luck ran out when you contacted Sherry without doing any research. As Anthony chuckled in a mocking manner, the branch manager cleared his throat and addressed Anthony with a stern gaze. Understood your behavior at home very well. Extremely disappointing. Thanks to you, our bank's sales will plummet. Wait, Mr. Smith. I'll talk to Janet right now and make sure we resolve this. Please. Can't you give it a rest? I have nothing to discuss with you. And canceling this won't make a difference. At that moment, the branch manager turned to me and proposed an idea. If we fire this man from our bank, will you wait before canceling the contract? Huh. Shocked by the branch manager's statement, Anthony couldn't believe his ears. I, too, hadn't anticipated this turn of events and looked on with interest. We'd prefer not to cancel the contract. When we weigh continuing your contract against keeping him employed, it's clear that we value our contract with you. He's been garnering a bad reputation at work, and we've been struggling with his behavior. Such an inept person, both socially and professionally, is unwanted in our company. If it means we can continue our contract with you, we won't hesitate to fire him. That's a violation of labor laws, isn't it? I'll sue. Upon hearing those words, The branch manager straightened up and began exposing Anthony's misconduct one after another. Feel free to try. In return, we'll also bring to light all the despicable acts you've committed against female employees and younger colleagues. Don't think I'm unaware of everything. If you're going to take legal action against labor laws, then we'll hire a lawyer to deal with it appropriately. Realizing that everything was out in the open, Anthony was completely disheartened and fell silent, regretting his actions. This wasn't supposed to happen. Why? Ignoring Anthony's pitiful words, I directed cold words towards him. The consequences of trying to exploit people for your own desires will inevitably come back to haunt you. All of this is the result of your own actions, so reflect on it and accept your guilt. And so, the long battle between Anthony and me came to an end. Since then, Anthony was fired from the bank and moved out of my house. Although he desperately begged to withdraw the divorce until the end, the moment he threatened to call the police, he panicked and fled back to his parents' house. However, since I had already spoken to my parents-in-law beforehand, Anthony was kicked out by them. Of course, it didn't end there. I consulted a lawyer about Anthony's past verbal abuse and submitted the evidence I had secretly collected over time. Through the lawyer, I decided to claim compensation. Sherry also claimed compensation for the persistent invitations to hotels and harassment remarks from him. Since Anthony's intentions were aimed at our mother's inheritance, his tendency to waste money left him broke, and now he lives in poverty. I heard he lives in a shabby apartment and works tirelessly from morning till night to repay his debts. Regaining peace in my life, I have fulfilled both my work and personal life. You seem very lively lately, Janet. Both your art and your expression have brightened up. Thanks to your support. I'm very active with my brush now. And I can't help but enjoy drawing. Even I could see that my artistic skills had improved significantly. There was an art dealer among the customers who highly praised my paintings. Thanks to that, the popularity of my art soared, and I finally got to hold a solo exhibition. Thanks to Sherry, the company's sales have been steadily increasing. And now it has developed into a globally recognized top-tier automotive manufacturer. In between, I also work to cover for Sherry's job, and now we support each other, determined to protect the company left by our mothers. I'm moving in with my lover starting tomorrow. Old hag, get out of my house. I was dumbfounded, looking at the two of them. I knew about Brandon's infidelity. He was always someone who had a tendency to cheat. But I never thought he would say he wanted to divorce me. I look at the face of his affair partner. Young and attractive. Exactly Brandon's type of woman. I wonder, why did Brandon ever marry me? He likes young, beautiful women. He prefers someone with a polished look. What could be the reason he chose an older, plain woman like me as his wife? Money, perhaps. I was sighing. And for Brandon, I must be of no use anymore. If that's the case, it can't be helped. I thought, Brandon, I've been pushed around by your selfishness for so long. But now I'm freed from that role. If so, I might as well do as I please. My name is Sarah Turner. 35 years old. It might sound odd to say this myself, but the company I work for is one of the leading corporations in the country. And I hold a managerial position within the company. My husband Brandon works as a model. He has also been called for dramas and movies at times. We were seen as the ideal couple, envied by everyone, and have been featured in the local newspapers several times. But that's a thing of the past. We got married 4 years ago. During that time, Brandon's peak as a model had passed. His acting wasn't well received either, and no further offers came. What Brandon was left with were just his habits of flashy nightlife and bad relationships with women. Sarah being a manager? You must be joking. When I shared the news of my promotion, what I faced was Brandon's mocking smile. Despite being younger, Brandon uses formal language with me. He says that if he doesn't stay conscious of it, his language gets rough even during work. For Brandon, who markets his gentle personality, it's important. However, the last time Brandon was called for a modeling job at the workplace was almost 2 months ago. It's true you might be competent at your job, but a woman being entrusted with such a major role. Sorry, but it's true. It can't be helped. The previous manager had to leave the company due to a stomach ailment.
Ah.
That explains it. Explaining this, Brandon finally seemed convinced. He still doesn't think I was chosen for my skills. What underlies his thoughts is his own inferiority as a model on the decline. Since his own career isn't going well, he can't genuinely accept my success. When Brandon first debuted, he was on the rise so fast that it seemed like he could shoot down flying birds. At the age of 20, he was chosen as the lead in a movie. With his neat looks and polite manners, his popularity among women was extremely high. In fact, I was also one of his fans. I used to collect the magazines he appeared in. And the DVDs of the movies he starred in are still my treasures. Then, by a strange twist of fate, we met and he confessed to me. I was overwhelmed with disbelief. Above all, I was happy. Because I had become lovers with the Brandon I admired. Perhaps that time was the most fulfilling period for us. I guess overtime will increase too, huh? It's okay. I manage my schedule in advance. So I'll make extra food the day before overtime. I've never neglected housework no matter how busy I was. That was my pride. And it will continue to be. I will live wearing 2 hats, a housewife and a manager. I didn't intend to do either halfway. Any requests for dinner tonight? Beef stew would be nice. It's getting cold these days. Saying so, Brandon shrugged his shoulders. The season is mid-November. The cold north wind will soon begin to blow. Brandon, who is sensitive to cold, was wearing thick, fluffy clothes over his tall frame. Even in a heated room, he was wearing gloves. I don't have any meat though. Then you should go buy some. And while you're at it, please pick up some alcohol and potato chips as well. Saying that, Brandon lay down on the sofa. Apparently, he has no intention of accompanying me shopping. Reluctantly, I prepared alone and got into the car. After finishing shopping and returning home, Brandon was lying down in the same posture as before I left. When I approached, he lazily sat up. You're late. Sorry, I'll make it now. I was about to start cooking when the doorbell rang. As my eyes widened, Brandon said with a smile. You were so late that I ended up ordering pizza. Late. The roads were busy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to eat pizza, so no need for the stew anymore. I looked down at the shopping bags I was holding. That's how Brandon is. Brandon, who has been pampered by those around him since his youth, lacks cooperation. Furthermore, what was Brandon doing while I was away? He didn't have any work scheduled today. That means he was free all day. He does go to a part-time job a few days a week, but even this doesn't last long. Being treated as a washed-up model, he gets indignant claiming he's still active, causing trouble with his colleagues. Nowadays, Brandon spends most of his day playing social games. Missed it again. All my allowance this month went to the game lots. Try to keep the spending in moderation, okay?
Yeah.
Sure. Although he nods, Brandon is not really remorseful. I give him a monthly allowance of $200, but often he needs more and asks for additional funds. Brandon's own income is unstable, and even if he does earn some, he spends it all on himself. Mostly on nights out with his model friends. And next on expensive personal clothes and accessories. Please don't be so mad. I'm not mad, but... Sensing something from my expression, Brandon came closer. He stood up from the sofa and tried to hug me. I actually prefer your cooking, you know? The food you work hard to make for me, it's definitely delicious. But, I got hungry.
Haha.
I slipped out of Brandon's arms. Anyway, let's eat pizza together. Have some drinks too. I still have work to do, so I can't join you for drinks. That's too bad. Brandon pursed his lips. Because of this closeness, I noticed. I twitched my nose. What's this smell? Eh? What do you mean? Your clothes smell like perfume. You must be imagining things. Let's eat quickly. Okay. Prompted by Brandon, I sat down on the chair and had dinner. During that time, I kept thinking about the source of the smell coming from Brandon's clothes. Asking Brandon directly wouldn't yield any answers. Could he be hiding something? I couldn't help but suspect. After dinner, I moved to the study and the unease didn't leave me. I sat frozen in front of the computer. This shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't affect my work. Above all, I hate leaving anything halfway done. Later, I carefully bought a listening device without Brandon noticing. It pained my conscience, but it had to be done. I needed Brandon to prove his innocence through his own actions. I thought so because, at this point, I suspected him of cheating. Brandon has always had a problem with fidelity. He has cheated in the past and each time, he has come crying for forgiveness. Reluctantly, I forgave him each time. And just when I thought he had gotten over this bad habit. Oh no. Missed again. Brandon had been hanging out at the casinos. I knew he spent money on mobile games. But I never expected him to be gambling elsewhere too. When I retrieved the listening device and checked the recordings, I was speechless. His infidelity was confirmed. After leaving the store, instead of coming home, he rode his bicycle somewhere. Brandon was humming a tune. He never hums when he's with me. The sound of steps going upstairs. The doorbell rings, and a door opens. A young woman's voice is heard. You're late, Brandon. Sorry. I couldn't bear to listen to the conversation that followed. The two of them exchanged words in a way that seemed too close. And soon the sound of rustling clothes followed. I was struggling to suppress the nausea that surged within me. Brandon. As I muttered, tears overflowed from my eyes. Thinking about it, Brandon always uses formal language with me. Isn't that a sign of him being considerate? To consider this fact, Brandon was speaking informally to the woman. She seems to be a junior at his office. They were talking about work, and she called him Brandon. As I cried alone in the study, there was a knock at the door. Sarah, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I said hastily. Then, I slowly shook my head. It's nothing. How could that be? I'm sorry, Brandon. Sarah? Brandon's voice sounded puzzled. I opened the door and faced him. Brandon looked startled. Hey, why are you crying? I couldn't trust you. So I planted a listening device. I'm sorry. At my apology, Brandon blinked. A listening device? No way. I also found out you were cheating. But by using such a cowardly method, I'm the worst. Forgive me, Brandon. I was about to say that I forgive you too, but Brandon spoke first. How much did it cost? Huh? For a moment, I thought he was asking about the price of the listening device. But he wasn't. Brandon chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. I actually hired a detective because you've been coming home late lately. I'm not cheating, you know. Right. Instead, you're secretly planning to buy a high-rise condo, aren't you?" That's. I was at a loss for words. That was true. After much deliberation from my savings and income, I had decided to move to a place with better transportation options. The condo that Brandon mentioned caught my eye. Not only is it close to the station, it's new and full of life. The night view must be spectacular. It was slightly over budget, but I had decided to buy that condo. That's why I had been coming home late, due to the paperwork. Why didn't you tell me? That's because your birthday is coming up, right? I intended it as a surprise gift. A gift? For me? Brandon looked surprised. But of course. He is my husband. We would be living there together, so it would also be a gift for Brandon. Huh. If I made you anxious, I'm sorry. But I swear, I'm not cheating, and I want us to live in the new place together. Thank you, Sarah. Brandon grinned, and I felt relieved. He seemed happy. I managed to apologize for the listening device successfully. Just when I thought we could reconcile. Sarah, could you meet Emily? Who? Oh, come on. The mistress you figured out about. Brandon said cheerfully. I recoiled, unable to understand his nerves. Emily is a junior at my office, but her family is wealthy and she's young with potential. Honestly, she's a better match for me than you are. So? Wait, don't say that. Yes. Please divorce me, Sarah. A deep despair crawled up from my feet. I used to love Brandon's smile. But now, that smile is terrifying. Forgotten tears once again streamed down my cheeks. Crying again. Oh, excuse me. I'll call her over now. Why? How can you laugh so much? I felt utterly miserable, but I couldn't help but ask. It was my fault. But Brandon, that's too much. Not only did you cheat and then brazenly ask me to meet your mistress. Otherwise, you wouldn't give up on me, right? Please understand clearly. You and I are not a good match. I deserve someone young and talented like Emily. What do you mean by that? I wiped my tears and glared at Brandon. Then why did you marry me in the first place? Well, it was because of the financial stability. That's why I've always been considerate towards you, you know? That's terrible. I couldn't stand any longer. I slumped down on the spot. Brandon turned his back on me and started walking, heading for the entrance while making a call on his smartphone. Emily? Come over now. The old lady just won't agree to break up with me. Can you help convince her? Brandon. I yelled. Brandon stopped and turned around. His eyes were cold. Well, that's that. What do you mean? I'll gratefully accept the condo. It's a gift for me, right? But I won't be living there with you. Brandon's smile suddenly disappeared. Then, he turned again towards the entrance. I stood dumbfounded, watching his back. Soon, the sound of a car stopping in front of the house was heard. At the doorway, Brandon said something. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. The footsteps of two people, and their giggling voices. Sarah, sorry to keep you waiting. Nice to meet you. The woman smiled slightly. At first glance, she seemed polite, but her eyes carried a mocking glint. They looked down on me as I slumped down. Then, with unpleasant smiles spreading across their faces, they spoke in unison. I'm going to live with my mistress from tomorrow. Old hag, get out of my house. With those words, I understood. To Brandon, I was no longer of any use. Silently, I stood up from where I was. Well, better start preparing to move. Emily, you pack your things too. Yes. Living in a new high-rise condo is like a dream. They left me behind and were frolicking. I sighed. That helped me switch my emotions. Oh, Sarah. About the divorce papers. Huh? I'm single, you know? Huh? With a dumbfounded voice, they turned their gazes towards me. We've been divorced for a while now. Remember, we promised long ago. If you cheat 3 times, we divorce. That was supposed to be a joke. I was serious. Saying so, I pulled out the divorce papers from the desk drawer. Brandon's eyes bulged as he scrutinized the contents. It seemed he didn't even remember submitted them back then. We wrote each other's names when we made that promise, remember? I thought I had thrown that away. Brandon looked bewildered. I stared at him and said, I've been saving it all along. This is just a copy, the original has already been processed. When did this happen? Brandon was stunned, and I crossed my arms and continued. After the last time you cheated. This is the 4th time. Yes. We were no longer husband and wife. Yet, I continued to support Brandon. I couldn't leave him. So, I didn't tell him when I filed for divorce, and we continued living together. But now, I've reached my limit. I've been managing the living expenses separately. All your food and allowance came out of your account. Then, what about my savings? Brandon's face turned pale. He was aware of how extravagantly he had been living. Emily, frowning, slightly distanced herself from Brandon. As if to say, this wasn't what she signed up for. I'll be living in the condo alone. You two, who are strangers, have no rights to it. But it was supposed to be a gift for me. That was if you continued living with me. I dismissed Brandon's pleading tone. This is. Brandon, why did you call me out at this time, just for this? This isn't what we agreed on. Emily showed her selfish anger. Brandon looked displeased. Quiet. I didn't expect this to happen either. You bragged that your wife was so into you, and yet you were dumped long ago. You're in the same boat as being dumped. Huh? Emily looked puzzled. While I was disgusted, I said, your parents are executives at our company. So I've spoken to them. It's not right to make them so sad. What do you know about me? Emily blustered as best she could. But she must have some realization within her. She was sweating on her forehead. Your parents went to great lengths to make you a model. They regret that now. Huh? Why now, Dad? They thought there would be benefits for themselves if you succeeded as a model. So they supported you. But you've been partying all night and even got in trouble with the police. They're tired of covering up for you. The misdeeds of their arrogant daughter had exhausted her parents. I had curiously received that consultation. And at that time, the answer I gave them was to cut off ties with their daughter. What did you just say? Your father has decided to disown you and make your serious younger sister the heir. Then that's a different story. Brandon shouted, echoing what Emily had just exclaimed. These two were attracted to each other only by interests. They cared only for the economic benefits of the other, not at all for each other's well-being. I don't believe it. It must be the old woman's sour grapes. Really? But what have I lost? I'm moving into the condo. None of the money Brandon squandered came from my wallet, so no financial loss for me. You're a loser because your husband cheated on you. Brandon howled pathetically. Looking at his face, he seemed ready to cry. Brandon had approached me relying on my financial strength. But in reality, all the money regarding him had been drawn from his savings from when he was younger. As a result, his savings were now nearly depleted. Since Emily is also a spendthrift, the savings of the two were mere pennies. Moreover, neither had anyone else to rely on. I'm selling this house, so you two can go live wherever you like. What? Are you throwing us out? You tried to take the condo from me, didn't you? In that respect, nothing has changed from when you planned to kick out your former partner with nothing but themselves. Don't worry. I'll leave your furniture as it is. It was bought with your money, after all. Don't joke with me. Who's joking? I blew away Brandon's anger with a mere snort. You don't work and just laze around all day at home. To top it off, you gamble. Did you really think that was acceptable? My voice was cold. Brandon's voice, on the other hand, was tinged with panic. I'm not a jobless, I'm a model. Just in a recharging period. He sat up to there, hesitating. He must understand, deep down. It's about himself, after all. Right. So during times you don't earn, you should manage with your own money. I said, as if instructing. But Brandon seemed to find something to counter in those words. He retorted. That doesn't mean you can just take from my savings without permission. I haven't touched your money at all. I said with a laugh. By then, my tears had stopped. Only my sincerity remained unstoppable. All that I had been holding back was spilling out one after another. Besides, I don't need to rely on your money. My income isn't low. Brandon groaned. What is this? We're cornered. We lost, didn't we? Yes. It was now clear who was the winner and who was the loser. Brandon gathered his things and left the house sheepishly. For the time being, it seems he'll be depending on Emily's apartment. They should think about how to manage their lives from now on during this time. As declared, I sold the house and moved into the mentioned condo. It's empty, isn't it? There was, of course, a reason for moving. The original place was inconvenient in terms of transport, but more importantly, I was looking ahead to the future. If I had children with Brandon, they would need their own room. And surely, it's better if the school is nearby. This condo met all those conditions. But it all came to nothing. Brandon and I broke up and started living separately. There would be no children. During these 4 years, I never got pregnant. For one person, the space is too luxurious. I could have forgiven him. I muttered. I somehow knew that Brandon was with me for the money. Still, I thought he liked me a bit. That was wishful thinking, as revealed by his words. Since when have I been an old hag? I looked at my face in the mirror. Engrossed in work, my face was light on makeup. It was a face that had seen its fair share of hardships. With the hardships etched as fine lines and bags under the eyes. My long black hair was carelessly tied back, a sullen woman, that's me. When did I become like this? Before I was married, I used to care more about fashion. Wearing crisp suits, adorning myself with favorite cufflinks, choosing trendy lipstick. Since when, like this? I bit my pale, unlipsticked lips. I never neglected housework. In my work, I steadily achieved results. I am an elite. Yet, as a housewife, I failed. What went wrong? At that moment, my smartphone rang. It was a call from Brandon. Hello? Sarah, please reconsider. That was Brandon's first sentence. A voice begging, desperate, cornered. I can't make it with Emily. She can't cook, and she suddenly stopped getting work. Well, why don't you two get a job then? I said nonchalantly. I remembered Brandon's face. Brandon, who had never known hardship, looked younger than his actual age. Unfamiliar with wrinkles or gray hair, he always dressed in branded clothes. But now, that vitality was missing from Brandon. Please, Sarah. Let's start over. But I'm not suitable for you, am I? I retorted. It seems I cared more about those words than I thought. I was wrong. You are a respectable person. In terms of social status, that might be true. Not just that. You always prepared warm meals for me. And the clothes were always freshly washed. You were amazing as a housewife. Brandon praised me excessively. But that was only the convenient aspects of me he liked. He never praised my appearance or personality. I was disgusted with myself. I was crazy about such a man. Let me ask you in return. What is it? What about you is suitable for me?
At
my words, Brandon was speechless. I'm a manager at a globally renowned company. I've never slacked off to get to this position. What about you? Have you made any effort since you were sidelined from work? Brandon hesitated. No wonder. He really hadn't made any effort. Being sidelined was due to not practicing your acting. And just bossing the staff around until you were abandoned by everyone. What part of that person is suitable as my husband? I was desperate to make a comeback. Brandon exclaimed as if shouting. It had an empty ring to it. In reality, Brandon hadn't made any effort nor achieved any results. I suffered too. Anyone can suffer. What did you do about it? Other than ranking high in mobile games, what did you do? I did work. Brandon's voice was feeble. He must understand. Brandon had merely indulged in a life dependent on me. That was, in fact, a lifestyle funded by draining his own savings. Without realizing it, he continued to squander like water. It's the fault of those guys at the job. Brandon said as if he just thought of it. He was now retreating into a shell of self-pity and self-preservation. They unfairly call me a freeloader and a jobless. If it was so shameful, why didn't you work to clear your name? My voice was tinged with tears. You're a devil, saying that to hurt me further. Brandon spat out. I almost laughed. Old hag, and now a devil. How much more could he underestimate me? Since you have influence, you could have boosted me. Maybe even got me into the company commercials. I don't mix business with personal affairs. I cut off his resentful words. We were married, after all. I knew your abilities better than anyone. That's why I couldn't introduce you to anyone. If I did, I would only lose credibility. Not just me, but the company would become a laughing stock. It's not that bad. No, it was. I asserted that it was indeed that bad. Brandon didn't understand acting. He didn't conform to others or polish his acting. He skipped voice training to hang out and repeatedly arrived late selfishly. How could I recommend such a person? If you had faced your job and still failed, I wouldn't blame you. But that wasn't your case. You didn't put in the effort to improve. Even if I practiced, with my looks and talent. Brandon mumbled in response. Everyone else has looks and talent, there's no way I could compete. It was your lack of self-belief that disappointed me. I was startled by my own words. Yes. I disliked Brandon because he didn't believe in himself, didn't evaluate himself. And decided that his efforts were futile. Why do you deny your own possibilities? By running away like that, you're hopeless. You wouldn't understand being successful. Brandon unilaterally ended the call. His voice was tinged with self-pitying tears. I silently shook my head. I've never for a moment thought I had any talent. Everyone feels inferior at times, that they aren't blessed. That's why I worked hard. I compensated for being less by spending more time on work. That's what led to my current evaluation. But Brandon crushed even that possibility. I sighed, resigned. I heard rumors that our subsidiary was considering using Emily as a poster model. I didn't mind. At least in terms of work, Emily was more diligent than Brandon. I accepted that fact when the executives raised their voices. Emily is not suitable. If we use someone malicious like her, it will make our products unsellable. Astonishingly, that was Emily's father. Why are you taking away your daughter's job? I couldn't bear it and asked. Emily's father spoke with a voice heavy with deep anguish. Have you seen her posts on social media? No. It's terrible. Full of insults and complaints about others. She can work, but that makes her look down on others all the more. That's the biggest problem, Emily's father explained. Because she's my daughter, I can't forgive her. And towards you too. There was fault on my part, too, right? I gave a wry smile and said. According to Brandon, I'm an old hag and a devil, plain and unimpressive to look at. I suppose that's reason enough, at least for him. I'm sorry about my daughter. No, it's all right. More than an apology, I was actually asked by someone I know. They heard of your reputation and want you to marry their son. I'm not considering remarriage right now. I shook my head, indicating I wasn't thinking about it. Emily's father nodded in understanding. That's reasonable. But I want you to think about it calmly. After all, the person interested is the president's son. Emily's father said, crossing his arms. I was taken aback. A marriage proposal with the president's son was completely unexpected. I learned that the son was the same age as Brandon. However, he has been so dedicated to his work that he's never had a girlfriend. Emily's father continued to earnestly persuade me. He must really regret his daughter's actions. I felt somewhat guilty. It can't be helped. I'll at least meet with the president, that should fulfill my obligation to him. I was led by Emily's father to the president's office. At the door, Emily's father parted ways with me. The president is waiting inside. Thank you for showing me in. No, thank you for agreeing. Emily's father left, looking satisfied. I straightened my posture once more. I knocked on the door. A gentle voice responded. Come in. Yes. The president's office was spacious. A tall man with white hair, which gave him a distinguished appearance, was waiting for me at the center. The president shared a brief overview of his son's story. It seemed he was serious about the marriage proposal. As I hesitated on how to respond, the president said, It might be rude to say, but I think you and my son are quite similar. That's not true at all. I was completely taken aback. The president leaned forward slightly, observing me. Then, a knock on the door was heard. Excuse me. You're late, Albert. The young man referred to as Albert put his hand on his chest politely. My apologies. I was discussing the next project with my colleagues. And it became more heated than expected. Didn't I tell you? That's the kind of man he is. The president seemed slightly exasperated with his son. Then, he clasped his hands together as if praying and said, Albert, Sarah. Would you meet alone just once? If you don't get along, you can laugh it off as my misjudgment. Dad. If that's the case, I guess it can't be helped. Would you mind accompanying me, Sarah? Yes, I would. Thus, Albert and I ended up having a sort of date. We went to see a movie and had dinner at a restaurant afterward. It turned out to be a very meaningful time. Albert and I shared similar interests and had productive conversations. We indeed seemed to be quite alike. However, to this day, Albert and I have not developed a romantic relationship. I gained a friend who is a good confidant and discussion partner. It seems he felt the same about me. Talking with you, Sarah, always sparks new ideas. That's great to hear. That day, we met again at a cafe after work and chatted. I thought it would be nice if we could continue this kind of relationship forever. Just then, I've found you. You are. It was you. You're the one who fed all those things to my dad, ruining my job. Emily's voice was low, almost a growl. She lacked the vibrancy I had seen in her before. Emily appeared cornered. That was evident. And Emily was blaming me for everything. I won't forgive you. It's all your fault that I. Emily's fault, how? Albert stood up from his chair, positioning himself between Emily and me, protectively. Emily's eyes widened. You, how? Do you know me? Unbelievable. Why would Albert be with someone like you? Emily's words had a trace of admiration for Albert. It seemed she had given up on Brandon and was now targeting Albert. However, Albert appeared to be unaware of Emily's intentions. Please leave. I have nothing to discuss with someone who insults my friend. How can it be? Rejected by the person she admired, Emily showed signs of being hurt. She glared at me with increasing resentment. Why is it always you who gets liked by guys with good prospects? I don't know. I thought Emily was misunderstanding something. Albert is a friend. In that sense, I do think he likes me, but it's slightly different. While you are jealous, she is trying to learn and utilize her experiences. She's someone I respect. Don't speak ill of her. Respect, for such an old woman. You'd better watch your mouth. That's no way to speak to a woman. His tone was like scolding a child. Emily teared up and backed away. Albert. I don't know you. And I don't want to. Please leave. With those words, Emily burst into tears. Sobbing loudly, she ran out of the cafe. Left behind, we were stunned for a moment. Coming to his senses, Albert apologized. Albert? Even though I got heated, I addressed you by your first name. It's impolite, especially since I'm not your boyfriend. Don't worry about it. No, I insist. It was unusual stubbornness for Albert. He glanced around hesitantly and then said reluctantly. Sarah, instead of just being friends, would you consider being my girlfriend? Now it was my turn to be bewildered. As I looked away, Albert continued. I knew you were cautious because of your previous marriage. And that's why I thought we should just be good friends. Albert. But I want to be honest about my feelings now. Saying so, Albert took my hand. I was startled. At that moment, I realized. Our friendship had just come to a crossroads. Now we either part ways or become closer. And we made our choice. I am much older than you. Being younger doesn't mean I'll be dependent. I'm a man too, and I'll support you as best as I can. With those words, I made up my mind. It was indeed like the saying, after rain comes fair weather. And so, we started dating. After dating Albert, for 6 months, we got engaged. How much is left on the condo mortgage? I'll pay for it. That's not right. After discussing it, we decided to split the mortgage payments for the condo. At the same time, we began living together, and Albert's belongings started to fill the room.
Oh.
This novel. I've read it too. Really? Despite its calm prose, it's got bold plots and character settings that are really compelling. What do you think? I feel exactly the same. We laughed together, holding our stomachs. Why do we get along so well? Albert. What is it? I wish I had met you sooner, I said, leaning close to him. It was a confession of weakness. I had never shown my vulnerability to anyone before. But with him, I could. Because now, I understood what it meant to rely on someone. Then maybe I wouldn't have had to go through all that sadness. I'm sorry. Albert looked down. I gave a wry smile. Why are you apologizing? If only I had found you sooner. Seriously. Once again, we were thinking the same thing. We both wished we had met each other sooner. But in retrospect, perhaps my life with Brandon was a necessary detour. Because my previous husband did nothing, I got better at household chores. Indeed, your cooking is delicious. Laughing, Albert hugged me. I will never let you go. Yes. I blushed but nodded. The smartphone rang. Surely Brandon was either trying to reconcile or asking for money. I knew it, yet I did not answer the call. Because as long as Albert and I are together, that's all we need. I've fulfilled the dream that you couldn't make come true for Ben, Auntie. Saying that, my niece Nicole flaunted the newborn baby to me. Seeing me at a loss for words, Nicole wore a triumphant smile. Our baby looks cute like Nicole, right? She'll definitely be a model or actress in the future. My husband Ben added, as if to twist the knife further. I guess we should be heading home. We've boasted enough about our happiness to the single Kathy. I'm very satisfied today. Ben exchanged a look with Nicole and grinned wickedly. What does he think of our child? To me, who couldn't have children. They were flaunting the baby as if it were merely a tool for showing off. My anger was reaching its limits. At that moment, I realized something. Wait, this child. What's wrong all of a sudden? At my inadvertent remark, Ben reacted slightly. I found it suddenly amusing and laughed.
He.
I gently stroked the baby's cheek and said, she looks like an angel, but her skin. As I revealed a certain truth, the expressions of the two, who had been smiling triumphantly, froze instantly. My name is Kathy Simpson, 52 years old. My husband Ben, an executive at a major trading company, whom I have supported as a housewife for many years. Occasionally, Ben brings his subordinates to our home to enjoy my cooking. Most of what comes out of Ben's mouth are his youthful boasts. The subordinates who are brought along often laugh nervously and endure Ben's long talks. When the subordinates praise my cooking as delicious, Ben grins and says, well, that's about the only talent she has. She's feeding off a high earner like me, so she's got to do at least this much. Otherwise, she's just a waste. While I wouldn't say it doesn't bother me, I always remind myself that I'm not in a position to argue. We've been married for nearly 30 years, but we've never had children. I had always dreamed of having at least 2 children after marriage and spent time and money on fertility treatments, but we were never blessed with children. Because of this, I always felt a sense of guilt. So no matter how heartless the remarks Ben made, I always laughed them off and endured, thinking, I'll just bear with this. When Ben talked about his work, his eyes would sparkle like those of a boy. And I was happy to be even a small part of that strength. After all, I am in love with Ben. I had one other skill besides cooking: sewing, which I had enjoyed as a hobby since my student days. I started making handmade dolls by mimicking what my mother did. And they were very popular among my friends. Using that skill to help with the household expenses, I began making stuffed toys and Lucky Charms. Although it might not compare to the income of a high earner like my husband. Still, I continued these small jobs, hoping to at least serve Ben delicious meals. On weekends, my niece Nicole, daughter of my sister Megan, who works in a small trading company, would stay over. There was a reason she came to stay, to support a fledgling idol group. The other day, Chris was on TV for a bit. Wow, he was so cool. Nicole arrived, fanning herself with a fan featuring a young man's face. Chris was the leader of that idol group. This idol group performed regularly at a club close to our apartment every weekend. So she stayed with us to attend these shows. Nicole, have you got more merch recently? Every time Nicole visited, the amount of her stuff in our room increased. But you know, when new merch comes out, I just have to have it. Plus, Chris is the most popular, so it sells out immediately. I absolutely have to get it. As the concert approached, my niece was ecstatic. Indeed, it's exciting for a fan to buy their idol's merch. And I used to collect records of my favorite singers, so I understand the feeling. However, I wondered why she needed to bring all this merchandise into our home. If you have so much, it must be hard to carry around, right? Isn't it difficult? It's fine. I'll store the merch here. Nicole casually placed her belongings in a corner of our bedroom. We live in a not-so-spacious place with just my husband and me. What, it's okay. Uncle just comes home to sleep anyway. I resigned myself to accepting my niece's whims. Oh, and this. I almost forgot. Mom gave this to me. Saying that, Nicole took out a package of high-quality tea leaves from her bag. My sister Megan and her husband, Ted, who joined the family business as a son-in-law and worked at the store, occasionally sent gifts, ensuring Nicole always brought a gift each time. You really don't have to go to all this trouble. After graduating from high school, Megan worked out of state until she was 30. Then took over the family's general store. Since a large commercial facility moved nearby, their customer traffic had significantly declined. So I always told them there was no need for such extravagant gifts. Megan always feels sorry for the trouble Nicole causes. My sister would say apologetically over the phone. However, Nicole herself has been overstepping her bounds lately. Even when we, the couple, are not home, she has started to enter our room without permission. Upon inquiry, it seems that Ben had given her a spare key. Since you come every week, having a spare key would be convenient, right? Ben sweetly said to Nicole. As expected of Uncle, you get it. Saying this, Nicole hugged Ben's arm, and Ben relaxed his cheek muscles with a smirk. Sigh. I guess it can't be helped. At first, I tried to accept it as much as possible, but about 3 months later, one day, an envelope filled with cash that was supposed to be in the drawer of the desk in our bedroom had disappeared. When I later asked Nicole about it, she replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, Auntie. I borrowed it because I really wanted Chris's new merch." Nicole looked at me with pleading eyes. But she is also working as an adult and should be earning enough to not struggle financially. Wouldn't you feel more joy buying things with the money you've earned yourself? Well, of course, I want to buy with my own salary, but it's just not enough. Nicole's nonchalant words weighed heavily on me. How much money is she pouring into collecting her favorite idol's merchandise? It wasn't just about the money. Lately, the rate at which my skincare lotions and creams are being used up has accelerated. Ben has never been one to care for his skin, so if someone is using them, it must be Nicole. When I confronted her, Nicole readily admitted to her actions. Sorry, Auntie. I just took the liberty of using them. What does she mean by, took the liberty? These creams were quite expensive. I frowned. And Nicole deliberately rubbed her arms and pretended to shiver. "Auntie, you're scary." Then Ben came along and said, standing next to Nicole, laughing with her, "That much should be okay. Don't just laugh, please give her a proper warning. Don't be mad. You look even older when you frown like that." Ben, who rarely jokes, becomes talkative only when Nicole is around. I found this particularly displeasing. Anyway, it troubles me if you keep using things in our house without permission. Nicole works too, so you should buy your own things. If you use my things without permission again, I won't let you stay over anymore. I'll tell your mother that too. As I lectured Nicole, Ben turned red and said, "Enough already. The things you're using aren't even earned by you, right? I earned everything with my job. I'm not living in luxury. I'm cutting back as much as I can. I'm not using it for fun like Nicole. The money I earned is my own. I say it's okay for Nicole to use it. Just let her use it as she likes." Being yelled at by Ben, I felt like crying. Indeed, most of our income is earned by Ben, so I couldn't argue further. Knowing that Ben would not support me, I felt helpless as my fingers traced the contact of my sister on my smartphone. No. I shouldn't rely on her for such trivial things. I thought just before making the call and returned the smartphone screen to its original state. My sister and her husband are probably preoccupied with their struggling general store right now. Complaining about my husband would only cause them unnecessary worry. Marital problems must be solved by us. Unable to consult anyone, I carried the unresolved feelings as days passed. On a Sunday morning wrapped in genuine coldness of winter, I was invited by a friend from my student days to go shopping. So I wore a fur coat that I had bought long ago and never worn before. I had informed Ben, who had finally taken a day off. "I plan to return by evening, but if I'm late, could you eat first? Just reheat yesterday's leftovers in the microwave. Don't worry about me. Take your time and enjoy." Saying this, Ben sent me off with a broad smile. Ben, who belittles me in front of his subordinates, cares for me gently when we're alone. I genuinely felt happy that I married him. However, when I arrived at the station, my plans changed due to a call from my friend. "Sorry. My husband threw out his back and can't move. I feel terrible, but I have to cancel today's plans. It can't be helped. Next time we find time, treat me to fancy French cuisine." I joked with my apologetic friend and ended the call, thinking, now, what should I do? I had nothing else planned, so I decided to return to my loving husband at home. On the way, I stopped at the supermarket to buy lunch ingredients and headed to our apartment. I thought of making some warm stew for Ben. As I opened the door, the heat from the heating and a strong scent of perfume hit my nose. At the same time, I noticed Nicole's shoes, which I always see on weekends. "Nicole, are you here?" No reply came when I called out. I headed to the living room, but no one was there. Strange, where could they have gone? I definitely felt someone's presence, so it didn't seem they were out. After storing the ingredients in the fridge, I decided to look around the apartment again. I could hear Ben's snoring from the bedroom. Could he be taking a nap this early in the morning? I didn't know much about Ben's work, but being an executive, he must be exhausted on weekdays. So, I thought I should let him sleep on his rare day off. But as I opened the bedroom door to sneak a peek at Ben's sleeping face, an unbelievable scene unfolded before my eyes. On the bed where Ben and I usually sleep, there lay Ben and Nicole, both naked and sound asleep. They were both breathing heavily, completely unaware of my return.
"Ah."
"You." My voice was as faint as a mosquito's. More than anger, I felt a profound disappointment in my husband. After calling out several times, Ben finally opened his heavy eyelids. What, Kathy? You're back earlier than expected. Ben seemed groggy and closed his eyes again. Nicole, I'm home. Nicole stretched with a and slowly sat up. Upon noticing my presence, she shook Ben, who was sleeping next to her, saying, Uncle, wake up. We got caught. Wake up. It was like a child who had been found during a game of hide and seek. As Nicole called out to Ben with a mischievous grin. Ben, appearing annoyed, sat up and said with a sigh. What, we've been caught already, and casually yawned. What does this mean? Faced with the reality of betrayal by those I had always trusted, I had forgotten even to express my anger. Well, as you see, this is the kind of relationship we have. Both of you, get dressed right now. I was surprisingly calm as I instructed the two naked individuals. 2 hours later, my in-laws and my sister's family arrived in response to my call. Sorry, sister, brother, for bothering you during your busy time. Don't worry about us. More importantly, my sister comforted me by rubbing my back, while simultaneously giving Ben and Nicole a piercing cold look. What is this about? Explain so we can understand. Though my sister scolded Nicole, Nicole just looked away and kept sighing, checking the latest news about her idol group on her smartphone. This is not the time for that. When my sister took the smartphone away, Nicole clicked her tongue. Kathy, I'm so sorry our foolish son has done something so outrageous. My mother-in-law, Diane, tearfully apologized. Both in-laws were over 80 years old, and it must have been difficult for them to come here in the cold. Was there really a need to call these old folks here? As Ben spoke irritably, my father-in-law, Robert, slammed the table. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Exactly. After such a terrible betrayal to Kathy. I can't believe you. My mother-in-law spoke in a disgusted tone, glaring at Ben. Ben, how did this come to be? Can't you give us a satisfactory explanation? There's nothing to explain. Men prefer young and cute girls like Nicole over an old lady like her. Don't lump me together with you. I'm ashamed to call myself a man like you. My father-in-law shouted, red-faced, showing no sign of remorse from Ben. And Nicole too. How could she hurt Kathy, who has always been so kind to her? Where did we go wrong in raising her? Ted, usually a man of few words, sighed with disappointment. Then, Nicole defiantly said, actually, it was Uncle who took care of me, not Auntie. Whenever I wanted something, Uncle would buy it for me. He even told me I could use any of the cosmetics and bags in the house as much as I wanted. That's totally different from my stingy aunt. Nicole, apologize to Kathy now. No way. Why should I apologize to such an aunt? Don't bother apologizing. Even if you did, it wouldn't restore my relationship with Ben. I spoke calmly. What was the point of the 30 years I had devoted to Ben? Despite his demeaning remarks in public, I had endured them all because I believed he loved me. But now, knowing Ben's betrayal, everything I had protected had collapsed in an instant. Let's get a divorce. There's no other option. Are you sure about that, Kathy? When my sister asked me this, I nodded firmly. Oh, thank you, Kathy. Now we can get married openly. Saying this, Ben pulled Nicole closer by the shoulder. The two gazed at each other, unconcerned about the family's eyes. On our way here, Dad and I talked. We've decided that if you don't show any remorse, we will cut off our parental ties with you after today. My sister said to Nicole, her voice laced with anger and sorrow. I don't care. I can manage without Mom and Dad, and I'll have Uncle from now on. then the answer is clear. Don't ever set foot in our house again. Ted spoke in a clear tone. Echoing him, the in-laws said, Ben, we too have decided to sever ties with you as of today. My sister and in-laws apologized to me once more and then left with a heavy atmosphere. Following that, my divorce from Ben was finalized. Through the lawyer, the proceedings resulted in a court order for Ben and Nicole to pay compensation, but Ben insisted, I don't want to burden Nicole. So, he ended up paying the compensation for both of them in full. Less than a month after our divorce, Ben remarried Nicole. I'm an executive at a major trading company. I can easily afford it. I'll give all the joint property to you, the jobless one. Driven by his pride, Ben relinquished the shared assets. Furthermore, having to pay compensation for both put him under considerable financial strain. However, as he is now a stranger to me, I've decided not to worry about Ben's situation and to keep moving forward. I returned to my parents' home and began helping out at the general store run by my sister and her husband. Both of my elderly parents are in a care facility. On days when my sister and her husband visit our parents, I take over the shop. I'm sorry for always making you help out. I'm the one who is imposing. I can't just eat without doing anything in return. My sister and her husband have always been concerned about me, particularly because of what their daughter did. The fact that they are concerned makes me feel even more apologetic. 3 years after moving back home, in the summer, Ben and Nicole appeared before me unexpectedly. Why? As I tended the store, the sight of their smiling faces flashed before my eyes. And a dark, murky feeling seemed to spread inside me. It's been a while, Auntie. As she spoke, Nicole cradled a newborn baby in her arms. At the sight of the baby, I lost my words. If Nicole was holding the child, it must surely be her own. Naturally, that would make Ben the father. Seeing me at a loss for words, Nicole smiled triumphantly. I've fulfilled the dream that you couldn't make come true for Ben, Auntie. Nicole said this while soothing the baby. She used to call him Munkle, but now she just calls him by his name. Faced with this reality, my heart was tumultuously shaken. Just then, my sister and her husband returned from being out. What are you doing back here after all this time? Is that how you greet your daughter who's come home after 3 years? Saying this, Nicole flaunted the baby to my sister and her husband. Look, Mom. This is our child. Her name is Amy. She's your first grandchild. I see. Congratulations. Megan said emotionlessly, without even looking her daughter in the eyes. Nicole turned back to me and smiled. I came to announce the birth. Celebrate with us, Auntie. Meet Amy. Enough. What are you thinking, really? Consider Kathy's feelings for once. Even my usually mild-mannered brother-in-law raised his voice this time. Our kid looks just like Nicole, isn't she cute? I bet she'll be a model or an actress someday. Ben said, beaming with pride. Frustrated, my sister grabbed a broom to chase them out. Please leave now. This is not a place for you anymore. You're disrupting our business, so leave us be. I guess it's time to leave. We've boasted enough about our happiness to lonely Kathy today, and I'm very satisfied. Ben and Nicole exchanged glances, both wearing smug smiles. What do they think of their child? It seems like they use her as a tool to flaunt their supposed superiority. I looked at the baby in Nicole's arms with a heavy heart. At that moment, I realized something. Wait. This child. What's wrong all of a sudden? As I tilted my head, Ben looked puzzled. Suddenly amused, I began to laugh.
He.
What's going on? Why start laughing all of a sudden? maybe Auntie has gone crazy from the shock. I gently stroked the baby's cheek and said, "She looks like an angel, but her skin. What about her skin? Is there something wrong? She looks very healthy. Her lovely tan is quite different from yours, Ben." Indeed, the baby's skin was a beautiful tan, markedly different from Ben's fair complexion. So? What about it? There's no one with such a tan in my family or relatives. Is that strange? There are plenty of tan people in the world.
Oh.
That reminds me. Nicole said her great-grandfather was tan. That's called skipping generations, right? Ben said, pointing his finger knowledgeably, but at that moment, my suspicion about Nicole turned into certainty. Impossible. Huh? What do you mean impossible? Ben, suddenly seized by insecurity, raised his voice and questioned me. I walked away and pulled an old album from the closet in the room my grandparents had used. Here it is, something I want Ben to see. Saying this, I showed him a photo from the album. It's just a family photo. In the photo were my sister and I, our parents, and our grandparents. It was taken in front of the store when my parents started their business. The tall man on the right, that's my grandfather, your great-grandfather, Nicole. So? It's just a normal family photo everywhere. Don't you see yet? Look closely at my grandfather's skin. His skin? He's quite fair. So what? It's normal, right? Ben still seemed unable to grasp reality. In contrast to his bewildered look, Nicole's face was turning pale. It's a waste of time being here. Let's go back and feed Amy milk. Nicole tugged at Ben's shirt hem. Unaware Ben was prompted by Nicole to leave, I decided to give them one more clue. There's no one with tan skin in my family, not just my grandfather. None of my relatives either. Wait, you mean? It seemed Ben finally understood what I was implying. Meaning, the chances of you two having a tan child are 0. I stated emphatically. Ben's body started to tremble. So, it's a waste of time being here. Let's go back, shall we? Nicole urged Ben to leave, but now that he understood the situation, he hesitated. Turning to Nicole, Ben confronted her sternly. What does this mean? There's no way we could have a tan child. Then whose child is this? There's something else I want you to see. Saying that, I snatched the keychain with Chris's photo. That Nicole always carried in her bag and showed it to Ben. Chris is publicly known as being half Mexican and half American. Nicole has always admired Chris's exotic looks, often calling them cool. This guy. He has exactly the same skin tone as Amy. Nicole showed a frightened face, but then she defiantly started to laugh.
Oh.
It's finally out. That's right. Amy isn't your child. She's the child I had with Chris. When I seduced him with a little charm, he fell for me right away. With that, Nicole began to boast about her relationship with Chris. You were deceiving me? Like, seriously. Did you really think a young and cute girl like me would be seriously attracted to an old man like you? That's hilarious. How naive can you be? I only approached you because you're an executive at a good company. And looked like you had money. Having a lot of money means I can buy more of Chris's merch. If I buy him lots of gifts, I can have him all to myself. So I was just an ATM to you. Realizing everything, Ben was furious. Obviously. I've been putting up with this for the money. Otherwise, who would share a bed with an old man like you? I let you live your little dream for 3 years. You should be thanking me. What? Before my and my sister's shocked eyes, Nicole and Ben started arguing. Enough from both of you. The baby is crying, don't you hear her? My sister shouted, stopping their quarrel. I don't want to see such disgraceful behavior anymore. You two are nothing to us now, just strangers. Leave right now. Driven out by my sister, Nicole and Ben left. Poor Amy. I genuinely felt this way. Then, 2 months later, Ben came to see me alone. He suddenly knelt down in front of the store and shamelessly begged me. Please, Kathy. Take me back. I had a DNA test done after that. It turns out there's no blood relation between me and Amy. I was deceived. Oh, really, so what? I couldn't stand that Nicole and Chris conned me into thinking I was the father. So, I went to the concert backstage and demanded they pay me back in compensation. Oh my. What a hassle you've been through. While it didn't matter much to me, I decided to listen to him. I had also gathered information from TV and magazines about this. Chris had an affair with a married fan and impregnated her. It was widely reported that he had tricked the woman's husband into believing the child was his. Although the idol group had been known only to a small circle of fans, this scandal had made them nationally notorious. With nationwide criticism, their agency couldn't defend Chris anymore. And they terminated his contract as reported on various talk shows. I saw it on TV too, he got what he deserved. Right? They really are the worst. Ben laughed as if satisfied. Meanwhile, tabloids continued to aggressively investigate, not only Chris but also Nicole. It turned out that Nicole had been involved with multiple men, earning money to lavish on Chris. See? I'm also a poor victim who was deceived by them. So please, let's start over. Rejected. Ignoring Ben's tearful plea for reconciliation, I responded in a monotone voice. Then I called my brother-in-law from the back of the shop to carry Ben out if he refused to leave. If you keep bothering Kathy, I'll call the police. Ted said sternly, and Ben walked away dejectedly. A month later. Although the magazine stories had died down, reports about Chris and Nicole continued. According to articles, Chris, now jobless, was exploiting Nicole. Nicole had started working in the nightlife to earn living expenses. It was difficult for Nicole and Chris to raise a child under financial strain. Ultimately, feeling pity for Amy, my sister and her husband decided to take her in and raise her. Despite everything, this child is still our granddaughter. That's right. The child isn't to blame. While running the general store daily, my sister and her husband took care of Amy. As for me, since then, I moved away from home and opened the sewing school I had always dreamed of. I couldn't always depend on my sister and her husband. Megan had said, "You can stay as long as you like." But when I mentioned I had things I wanted to do, she gladly encouraged me to pursue them. Amy's first birthday is coming up soon. What should I get her as a gift? Half wanting to see Amy and half to see my sister and her husband. I still occasionally visit the family store whenever I find the time. Please stop. Don't come in, I said and tried to stop them. Do you know what living within your means means? It's a waste for just 2 people to live here. From today, we will live here. If you don't want to live with us, you can leave. Oh. But you will pay the bills. We are going through a hard time right now. Families have to help each other, right? I looked at my mother-in-law, who tapped my shoulder, with utter disdain. I am Kathy Baker, 28 years old. I have always loved studying and learning new things. I attended a famous local high school, and I was having a happy life when During my 3rd year of middle school, my parents died in a car accident caused by snow. I did not know much about what to do when my parents died. So I let others handle the procedures, and there was not much insurance money left. With no relatives, I was advised to go to a facility. But I would only be able to stay there for about 3 years, so I looked for a live-in job. There were limited jobs available for someone who had only completed middle school. However, I managed to get a job at an inn that provided lodging. I was strictly taught the basics, such as how to wear a uniform quickly by myself. My seniors and the landlady were strict but kind to me, who knew nothing. The owner's daughter grew fond of me, and we spent time like family. By the time 10 years had passed, I had become quite proficient at my job and had saved a substantial amount of money. I had a dream. I worked hard to achieve it. The landlady acknowledged my skill at making tea. And I was assigned to make tea at the inn's annual tea enjoyment event. The area where I worked was famous for tea. And the event was held as a part of community contribution with nearby tea farmers and specialty tea shops. I met Phil, who would become my husband, at this event. He was the heir to a long-established tea shop and was nervous at his first event. I was drawn to his gentle and polite demeanor, and after dating for a year, we decided to marry. However, getting married was not straightforward. I thought there might be opposition, which was frustrating but understandable. Considering my background, I thought I might face opposition from the prestigious tea shop. But the reality was much more sinister than I had imagined. "You look exactly like a junior high school dropout," the first thing my sister-in-law said when she opened the door and saw me. I was so surprised that I dropped my bag, and my neatly lined up shoes got slightly displaced. "Hey. What are you saying, sister?" Phil retorted, but this was just the beginning. "So, you're a junior high school dropout with no parents?" Her words showed no sympathy or comfort, just a cold, mocking tone. "Our family is not boasting, but everyone graduated from decent universities. We don't want the blood of a junior high dropout in our family." I never expected to be told something like this. I looked at Phil, but there was no sign that he was going to say anything. "You probably don't know the proper way to cook or do laundry since you have no parents, right? We handle formal dress at home, and our kids can do it properly. But our family might be too much for a junior high dropout like you." I could hear my sister-in-law's mocking laugh from the sofa behind me. After a barrage of insults, the room fell silent, and before I could respond, Phil spoke up. "Dad, Mom, please stop. Sure, she's not amazingly beautiful for her age and is just a junior high dropout. But she understands about uniform because she works at an inn. And she can handle household chores reasonably well. I've already explained which inn she works at. The owner likes her and thinks she's necessary for our family business." I've already explained that. He then took my hand, mouthed "It's okay," and reassured me. At that moment, I felt uneasy. It sounded like he was marrying me because the owner liked me. After being subjected to heartless insults by my in-laws, my senses were perhaps numbed. And I mistakenly believed that Phil was helping me, that we could manage together. I wanted to get married only after it was properly acknowledged. But Phil said it would be fine if the owner, who was like a parent to him, called his family. It seems his parents are weak against influential people. After the owner called, they immediately agreed to the marriage. I was shocked by how quickly they changed their minds. At that time, my best friend Amy was worried and asked me if it was really okay to get married. "I know how hard you've worked. I think of you like a sister, and I want you to be happy." Amy had always been close to me, and she was the same age as my husband-to-be, Phil. The image of Phil I talked about and the Phil Amy knew didn't connect. And she was always worried about me being deceived. For a while after we got married, we lived happily together. Phil enjoyed the meals I cooked, and we thanked each other, spending warm times together. It seemed Amy's worries were unnecessary. I continued working at the inn while occasionally helping out at the family's tea shop, living happily. Then, my mother-in-law fell down the stairs and broke her bone. There had been an incident during the greetings. So I tried to avoid contact with my in-laws as much as possible. Since my sister-in-law was also living with them, I didn't take the situation too seriously. However, Phil suddenly said something outrageous. Mom broke her bone, right? This is a good opportunity, so I've decided we'll live together. One day, Phil suddenly told me this when he returned home from work. We had never discussed such a thing before. I'm troubled by what you're suddenly saying. I have my apartment lease renewal coming up, and even if we did live together, I have my job too. Your sister is living there as well. I could help out by visiting, but... While I was suggesting an alternative with a puzzled mind, suddenly there was a loud noise, and I tensed up. It was the sound of Phil slamming the desk. What? I'm the eldest son, you know? Do you intend to leave everything to others and do nothing? The gentle and calm Phil I knew seemed like a completely different person. And I was completely frozen. That's not, no. Isn't it though? I mean, we took you in when you were an orphan. And there was opposition to our marriage. Don't you think you should work a little and be useful? It's not just about pleasing people. But maybe you can't think that far because you're just a junior high dropout? I couldn't say anything to Phil, who was so different from usual. He was almost like a thug. I was probably trembling, then Phil hugged me as he usually did. It was a moment that should have felt happy, but I only felt fear. Sorry for being harsh, okay? Kathy is a bit silly, so I got frustrated. It's Kathy's fault, you know? But it'll be okay, if you just listen to me, right? You must be feeling anxious, so let's just do this until Mom recovers. Phil spoke kindly as if making a concession, and I began to feel slowly consumed by it. And I did end up going over to care for them a bit, thinking it might improve our relationship. As I would be in a position to be thanked, at least a little. And by the end of the month, I finished organizing the luggage and office procedures while working and moved in. On the day I moved into my in-laws' house, the words my mother-in-law called me into the room to say were enough to break my spirit. Don't think that just because you came to take care of us, you'll be thanked and your status will change. You're a disgrace, a junior high dropout daughter-in-law, and in our house, you're at the bottom. So naturally, you're the last one to use the bath. I was frozen on the spot, sweating coldly, and barely breathing. That breathing became more difficult as I spent more days in my in-laws' house. I could breathe normally when I went to work, but at home, I struggled to breathe and felt suffocated. Eventually, I could no longer smile properly, and my mistakes at work increased. Amy was worried about me, but despite her concerns, I pushed through with the marriage and felt guilty, so I could only say I was fine. However, due to stress, sleepless nights continued, and my health deteriorated. Not wanting to be a burden, I quit my job using my mother-in-law's care as an excuse. I should have properly said goodbye, but by that time, I no longer had the energy to leave the house. And then the days of doing housework while being verbally abused began. How many times do I have to tell you? The taste is too strong. Are you trying to make us sick? You still can't cook properly, can you? I thought it was good, but maybe my taste buds just got used to it. If it had continued like that, I might have been killed, right? Kathy is lucky to be taught cooking by Mom. The cleaning is always lacking somewhere. What was the point of marrying an in-maid then? Phil's insults gradually worsened, and now the previously kind words were no longer spoken. The supposed temporary cohabitation showed no signs of ending. My mother-in-law was still energetically going out to her hula dance hobby today. Phil, turning into a darker and more sinister version of a simple old woman, said the house was stifling and started not coming home after going out drinking. One day, I won't be coming home today, he said, dressed more beautifully than usual and wearing flashy makeup. His sister was soon turning 31. Lately, she had been actively looking for a marriage partner. And despite her sarcastic remarks about how my marriage was only due to her brother losing his mind, or how it was good to have a free maid, she seemed in a good mood recently. Possibly because she had met someone nice. If he's not coming home, I took the opportunity to bathe earlier than usual. Phil didn't come home, and his sister wasn't there either. The bath water was cleaner than when I usually had to be the fifth to bathe. And I was enjoying a leisurely bath. Bang! Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. And I turned around in surprise to find his sister standing there. I could instantly tell that her date today had turned into a disaster. Get out now, slowpoke. Saying that, she pulled me out of the bathtub, and, unbelievably, she left me naked outside the washroom and threw my clothes at my face. My father-in-law was also in the house. I thought it was dangerous, but it was already too late. The noise had attracted my father-in-law, who had apparently been standing behind me at some point. After looking at me as if sizing me up, my father-in-law then. What? I thought it was a good scene. But our useless daughter-in-law is just a skinny old hag with no appeal. No wonder Ken doesn't stay at home. I ran to my room overwhelmed by embarrassment, frustration, and various other emotions. Then, looking at myself in the mirror, I didn't recognize who it was for a moment. I hadn't been able to eat much recently due to being busy and stressed. I knew that, but I looked like a skeleton, with dry hair and a lifeless expression reflected in the mirror. Staring at myself in the mirror, I cried quietly for the first time since coming to my in-laws' house. I must have cried for about an hour before Phil came home. Wow, I thought you were a monster. Crying monster old hag, that's what. Saying that, he laughed as I told him what had happened. Seriously. That's hilarious. Even Dad is making fun of you. He laughed it off, unbelievably. That was the moment something snapped inside me. Why am I obeying these people? What have these years been for? Watching my husband continue to laugh, I swore in my heart that I would get my revenge. And, as if on cue, Amy called me. I hadn't been out recently, so when I tried to dress up, I realized I couldn't fit into any of my pants because I had lost too much weight. So I decided to wear a dress that Phil had given me. Amy burst into tears and hugged me the moment she saw me. I should have come to see you even if you hated it, she said, regretting and comforting me. And then Amy took me to a private room, saying she had something important to talk about. The information Amy shared was shocking, but for me, who had vowed revenge the other day, it was the moment I got the weapon I needed. I also told Amy about everything that had happened up to now, what had happened the other day, and what I wanted to do from now on. Amy was crying as she listened, and at the end, she said, "I'll help as much as needed, and there are plenty of others who can help too. We'll get your happiness back." Then she showed a face like the mischievous child she used to be. I couldn't help but laugh. The fact that I could laugh for the first time in who knows how long made me so happy that I started crying again. I returned home and went about my chores as usual. Today, my mother-in-law criticized me again, but it didn't affect me at all. When Phil came home, I told him we needed to talk. He seemed incredibly annoyed, but I confronted him with a photo. He seemed shaken up but started rambling as if trying to overpower the situation. I just met someone while I was out drinking with friends, and had a little fun, that's all. Besides, having a wife who's a clumsy Older, junior high dropout who can't even manage the household or keep a smile. It was tough being at home. It amazed me how easily such words could come from him, as if I was to blame for everything. So, it's my fault, then. Yes, that's right. So I had no choice but to do what I did. He seemed relieved by my words and responded that way. I see. Then let's get a divorce. I'll need to speak to the owner who's been like a parent to us. And apologize since he was also our matchmaker. And make sure you pay the compensation properly. I'll be claiming a division of assets and also compensation from your affair partner. He looked at me as if I was a different creature and said, acting all high and mighty just because you're on the back foot. Then he struck me. Realizing he had crossed a line, Phil probably felt he was in real trouble. I recorded that just now. Look, I've reached my limit too. If you don't want a divorce, we'll at least have to stop living together. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, on Saturday. The family tea shop was concerned about me. So the owner had increased our transactions, and most of the shop's profits came from the inn. Therefore, Phil had no escape. I had announced I would be leaving in advance because I didn't want him to obstruct the separation. So I had packed my bags already. On the day, I made Phil tell his family I was leaving right then. Everyone was sitting at the breakfast table as if nothing was unusual. Then, like children, they all asked in unison, "What about breakfast?" Seeing the three of them say that, I couldn't help but start laughing. I want to end our living together. The only reason we had breakfast was that Kathy made it, and you should have been more grateful. Everyone started hurling insults, but Phil slammed the table and shouted loudly. Anyway, I want to separate. It'll be trouble if we don't. Everyone needs to take care of themselves. Let's go, Kathy. He pulled my hand. For a moment, I wished he had done this much earlier. I shook off his hand and said, "We probably won't see each other again. Useless women will disappear. Goodbye." Saying that, I walked ahead of Phil. We stayed in a hotel for a while. A few days later, Phil didn't return to the hotel. After waiting a day, I checked the company's bank account and found that all the money had been withdrawn. It was clear that Phil had run away. Seeing the balance at zero, I couldn't hide my shaking hands. Months had passed, and I had returned to work at the inn. The money I had saved for my dream was untouched. I used that money to buy a small single-family home. It was the prefabricated house that caught my eye the day I reunited with Amy. It reminded me of the house where I lived with my family when I was young. I wanted to start over here. Thinking this, the day after Phil disappeared, I called the management company. And a few weeks later, I had successfully purchased the house. One holiday, I was in the garden when I heard a familiar voice. "Kathy. Good to see you looking well." Entering the property were the three former in-laws. "Why are you here?" I coldly asked, and the three seemed to step back a bit. But their presumptuous attitude hadn't changed. "It's quite a nice house, isn't it? We came because we heard you built a house. We went to the store, but it was closed." "Where's Phil?" As he said this, he unceremoniously opened the front door and walked in. "Please stop. Don't come in. Do you know what living within your means? It's a waste for just two people to live here. From today, we will live here. If you don't want to live with us, you can leave." "Oh. But you will pay the bills. You were poor originally, so you can live anywhere, right? We're having a tough time right now. Families should help each other, shouldn't they?" I looked at my former mother-in-law, who tapped my shoulder, with disdain.
Ah.
These people don't understand what they are doing. Even if I refuse and stay still, they enter. But they have no chance of getting their way, not even an inch. Oh, former family. I wanted to help. Just as I said that, a melody from hell reached our ears. The sound of a police car. I've called the police. What are you doing entering someone's house like this? It would be terrible if Kathy got hurt. Come here. Who are these people? Amy was shouting from a grand staircase. Yes, this is Amy's house. It's true that I bought a new house nearby, but today I was just visiting Amy's house. As the sirens blared, the former in-laws seemed unable to grasp the situation. Former family? What's that? I'm divorced from Phil, didn't you know? Also, the tea shop you were so proud of? Phil ran away with the shop's money, so it's closed now. Didn't you know? It's unfortunate you came all this way. Maybe too many troubles for even a college graduate to understand? Smiling at them, the former in-laws looked pale as they stared back. Amy continued her convincing act. It was quite a performance. What? Are you Kathy's ex-husband's family? You followed her all the way here? That's scary. The police rushed in just as she made a scene. Officer. This child stalker seems to have entered our house without permission. Amy was making a racket in a room with the windows wide open. Her voice, along with the sirens, drew the neighbors' attention. My in-laws lived in the neighboring town, known for its family business for generations. The area also had many acquaintances. Isn't that the son of Morgan from the tea shop? With that remark from the elderly man, everyone looked at my former father-in-law. He had a puzzled look on his face. But he and the other two were pushed into the police car and taken away. We might need to ask you some more questions. As the police officer said this, I watched the police car carrying the former in-law family drive away, and felt a sense of relief that it was finally over. That day, Amy and I drank until morning. We raised a toast. It almost went according to plan. I had thought that my in-law family might come someday. On the day I reunited with Amy, we made a plan. First, I wanted to leave my in-laws' house peacefully and get Phil to sign the divorce papers. I didn't want to get entangled in a messy situation any further. So, I told Phil that it would be a divorce if he didn't agree to separate from his family. And I made him write the divorce papers for the day I specified. On the day we carried out the separation, I showed Phil tearing up a fake copy. I had intentionally left a reasonable amount of money in one company account, making it obvious, and transferred the rest to my account. I said I didn't want the money, but Amy insisted I should take it. In a way, his despicable behavior helped the plan. Actually, the woman Phil had been involved with, pretending to be single, was a friend of Amy's. Amy's friend thought Phil was single and was talking about getting married someday. I didn't claim any compensation for the affair, but I encouraged Amy's friend, who had been deceived, to demand money. Shocked by the amount of the compensation, Phil fled. Moreover, that friend turned out to be the daughter of the president of the company where the former sister-in-law worked. It's a relatively large town, but you can expect connections anywhere. It's a typical countryside thing. My sister-in-law, of course, didn't know she was Phil's affair partner. But suspicions were cast her way, and after an investigation into her conduct, which included coercing young male employees into meals and committing power harassment, she was prompted to resign voluntarily. My father-in-law had also been receiving part of the tea shop's profits as a nominal manager. But since Phil had fled with the money from the company account, the transfers stopped, leading them here. Afterward, the three were detained for about 2 days due to a misunderstanding, and home invasion being their first offense, and since no one was injured, they were released. However, in such circumstances, it was impossible for the 5 adults who had lived in a large home to maintain it. And now they seem to be living in a small, run-down apartment, constantly fighting. Even with high educational backgrounds, a 65-year-old former father-in-law, a 60-year-old former mother-in-law who had hardly worked, and a former sister-in-law effectively fired for harassment had no significant job prospects. And since they had been tyrannical, no one seemed willing to help them. As for Phil, the president, enraged by his daughter being deceived, found Phil's location. And it appears Phil was put on a fishing boat and is now repaying the compensation. Now, I am spending my days leisurely in this small house. There are no more suffocating situations. I don't plan to marry anytime soon. Amy, my best friend who still visits to check on me, and I want to enjoy our time calmly in this house. The times of misery, anger, and hatred are over. I felt a refreshing breeze caress my cheeks. I came over to play. Naturally, I turned towards the voice and smiled. My dream was to create a place where my family could always smile. Now, I am facing forward firmly, intending to live without forgetting to smile again.